a factor in your self-belief out there, and Cain certainly has that self-belief in the 5th set. So I thought Tommy did a really good job to wrap that up in 4, and also for on-court time as he wants to make his way later in the tournament. You don't want to have too much extra energy exerted in these early rounds for guys who are hoping for second week deep runs.
That's incredibly correct because of the fact that Chris O'Connell match 4 hours out there, a very high level against O'Connell. Also had a little bit of a shoulder issue in that matchup. Been told it's fine, nothing to worry about, nothing like a shoulder tear, a tendon tear, anything like that. But it's something we'll want to make sure we do keep an eye on. It's also weird that it's in the left shoulder, not the one that he's using as a dominant right shoulder.
Yeah, it is a bit weird. And Tommy has a backhand and he very much engages the left arm. He's very left-hand dominant when it comes to the way he hits his backhand. So that's something that will play a factor if there is a bit of a discomfort there. Some guys hit their backhand with a little bit less left hand involved. Tommy's a guy who really needs both limbs to be on point. And I think that, you know, in the middle of the tournament, you don't want to give away too much information. So if it is something that's bothering him, it might be a thing that, you know, he doesn't really give us all the information about what's going on behind the scenes. But with that being said, with it not being his serving arm, it's one of those things that sometimes you can take a little bit of, I'll say, pain masking medicine and eventually get your way through the tournament.
Yeah, and I think he should be just fine here today. Carballés Baena, married 1 year ago. Seems like he's got everything in order in his life right now, and we'll see if he's going to be able to get everything in order here in this particular match. 0-2 versus the top 20 here. Top 20 has been a tough one for him. His last top 20 win, the U.S. Open in 2023. He'll have a big opportunity in front of him here today as we meet our 2 players here at John Cain Arena.
It's time to introduce the players into John Cain Arena for this men's singles match at the Australian Open. Please welcome from Spain, Roberto Carballés Baena. And from the United States of America, Tommy Paul.
Tommy didn't know which way to go. Directionally challenged there, Ryan. Do I go left? Do I go straight?
He might be directionally challenged walking onto the court, but he certainly knows where he's going on the court. He's one of the best movers on tour, and he anticipates incredibly well. So I think that Tommy Paul's speed and movement is one of those parts of his game that's really, really well known in the locker room. When you go out to play Tommy Paul, it's something that's the last thing everybody says. Oh, he's a great mover. He really gets to a lot of balls you don't expect him to get to.
Yeah, and that's what really propelled that big push for him. Got to 11 right now. That is a career high. Last week, had he beaten Felix Auger-Aliassime in the semifinal matchup in Adelaide, would have been top 10 for the first time in his career. I know that is kind of lingering back in the back of the brain, but the focus very much clear here for him here today. And talking to Brad Stein a little bit earlier, the idea for him just to play his style of tennis today and really dictate with that all-around game that he brings to the table. And you and I both looking for him to move forward here today.
Yeah, for sure. When you come out to these matches, especially against a guy who's a lower-ranked player that hasn't been on this stage before, you want to be the driver out there. And as we see both guys make their way up to the coin toss.
Tommy, he's going to do the coin toss first. Gentlemen, just a few reminders. We're going to take a picture with Darcy after the coin toss in this direction, please. Electronic line calling like before, so the system makes all the calls, including footballs. We also have VR here, so if there's a not up, a touch, a foul shot called by me, you can challenge that 3 times per set, and then they're going to show it on the board to make sure we get the right call. And best of 5 sets as before. Final set is tiebreak to 10. First 4 sets normal. We have the towel boxes red and blue. Obviously blue for you today, red for you. If you need more towels, please let me know. I need to call for it. And last but not least, the shot clock is displayed in all the 4 corners here in the bottom of the LED banners. Do you have any questions? No. Okay, you want to ask Tommy or Roberto for the toss? Tommy, John Newcomb or AO? AO for you, and here we go. Fantastic. And it's John Newcomb. Receive. Okay, picture this way, please.
Tommy Paul electing to receive. Big day for this young man.
Thank you
Nico
very much. Have a
Hellworth,
good
our
match.
chair umpire, keeping an eye on the proceedings here today. So yeah, the conditions here are obviously pretty comfortable for these two players. And let's start with Tommy Paul over here, the 27-year-old American, as we mentioned, 11 in the world. What has made this tournament, Ryan, so special for him over the last couple of years?
Well, Tommy's a guy who's he's got a really high tennis IQ, and I've always talked about Tommy as a guy. His athleticism has always been there, but his tennis IQ and the way that he manages his emotions in between points has been an incredible push over the last several seasons. It's gotten better every year. Brad Stein, his coach, is a really well-accomplished coach, and he's always done a good job of helping Tommy steer the ship as if he continues to develop, as you talked about, toward the top 10. I've really been impressed with the way that he controls the emotions in between the points.
Roberto Carballés Baena, the 57th ranked player in the world, his career high, April of 2023, 49 in the world, as we mentioned. Just the clay court early in the career, more and more opportunities for him on the hard courts. Third round for the first time here, and this has been where he's been stopped and never has advanced past this round in a Grand Slam.
Well, I've been really impressed, particularly on his forehand side. He's done a good job of kind of abbreviating his swing a bit. On the clay, he gets this big backswing going, and he gets a lot of wind up on it. As he plays a little bit faster surfaces, he's done a good job, as you can see here, even in the warm-up, just taking a little bit more time away, and that's something that suited him well as his game tries to transition from a clay court specialist to an all-court player.
Tommy Paul, 3 titles for him last year in 2024 in Dallas, Queens, Stockholm, 2 indoor titles, 1 grass court title. He's a guy who won Roland Garros Juniors, Ryan. Everybody kind of thought he was going to be one of those clay court dogs, but just so good on a fast court.
Well, he's got a very complete game. He can do a lot of different things with the ball. He can manipulate the ball. He can add spin. He can take spin off the ball. He also can play longer points, and at other times, he's able to transition a lot, which is one of the things on this fast Australian Open hard court we'll look to see if he can implement.
Yeah, and he also talks about how he's never satisfied, just wants to keep working, and he really puts in the time. I know Franco Herrera, the physio, the strength and conditioning coach back in Florida, is watching with a couple of guys here, Ethan Quinn, Alex Rybakov, who have been training with Tommy for many, many years as well. They're all having a little bit of a watch party down in Florida. As you see the conditions, kind of Florida-esque right now. I'm sure it's pretty much the same. 20 degrees Celsius. There is a little bit of a breeze here today, but mostly sunny skies, and we're going to be able to avoid the rain here today. And we're joined right now by Tommy Paul's coach, Brad Stein, down courtside. And Brad, obviously last year the focus for Tommy was so heavy on that footwork and was able to take advantage of the athleticism. What's been the emphasis these last 2 months as he looks to crack the top 10 for the first time in his career?
Hey guys, good to be on with you guys to start with. And then I think our offseason this year, Mike, was based around trying to push Tommy to play a little bit bigger ball striking, a little bit more pace and heaviness on the ball, combination of those things, and a little bit more aggressive patterns. Trying to find a little bit higher degree of offense in his game so that he can compete at the very top level with the very best guys. And we felt it's really important for him to do that in every single match that he's playing as he starts trying to own that more and more.
Well, that's awesome news, Brad. I'm glad to hear that he's starting to play that sort of aggressive style. You've been pushing him to implement it. My thought is as he inches closer to the top 10, is this something that you guys talk about in the way to manage those emotions? Obviously, that's a big milestone we all chase. Is this something you have talked with him about, or have you just kind of let it be and let it be much of the same?
No, it was definitely a focus a number of years ago, Ryan. And then also with the advent of coaching, actually on-court coaching, we had to re-examine it a little bit to kind of balance out where he wanted to be and what we felt was his best state of mind to be producing his best tennis.
That's awesome. Well, we are looking forward to see how he plays out there today. Thanks a lot for joining us, and hopefully you guys have a great one out there. Best of luck.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, so Brad Stein, never short of words, Ryan. That's why he's a very good commentator as well.
Well, we love Brad. He will tell you what's going on. He'll tell you what he's thinking, and we really appreciate him giving us that peek behind the scenes as to what's going on in the Tommy Paul brain. It's going to be really fun out there today. I look forward to seeing these guys get off to a fast start.
Yeah, and I think what's always really kind of impressed me about this relationship is Brad has always just kind of said to me, let Tommy Paul be Tommy Paul. And that means just exploring that athleticism, now exploring more and more offensive parts of his game. at that young stage 10 years ago, 17, 18, so much of it was defensive, just way back behind the baseline. There's much more on top of it right now. We'll see if he's able to implement it here today. Mike Cation, Ryan Harrison will bring you along for the ride. It's going to be Carballés Baena who's coming to the near side to serve here. We will have to deal with that sun on the serve on the far side of the court just a little bit as this match progresses through the afternoon. Carballés Baena on the better side for it here to start. This very large surface here, John Cain Arena, a lot of width on this court, a lot of depth on this court, so you can take a lot of different return positions as well. But it will be Carballés Baena to serve here.
Roberto Carballés Baena
2025 Australian Open.
Ready? Play.
It's a good start for Carballés Baena because I think, Ryan, I think you and I would agree he has to be offensive here today to keep Tommy Paul away from that net.
Well, getting up on those short balls and the opportunity presents itself is going to be very important because Tommy's not a guy who lets you off the hook. He moves so well, he can pass that ball by you if you don't get up to it.
Carballés Baena has served identically 66% for his first 2 wins over Alejandro Tabilo, the 23 seed in 4, and as well in straight sets over James Duckworth. Incredibly clean off the ground in that Duckworth match in particular, just 16 unforced errors across those 3 sets. Not bad. Just absolutely dart right into the corner, and 15-30 quickly.
Let's serve.
Tommy does such a good job, Ryan, of just retreating back behind the baseline when he realizes he's given up an offensive opportunity, but that speed allows him to stay in the points so incredibly well, and Carballés Baena is going to have to take advantage of that as much as possible. Chris O'Connell was throwing in some drop shots to keep him honest at times.
Well, his coach, Brad Stein, commented on that a bit in the pre-match, and I think that that's a tricky sort of adjustment for a guy who's gone so far by being such a good athlete, and then as he talked about learning to be a bit more aggressive when the opportunity presents itself.
Well, that's the game plan summed up in one point, isn't it? Just getting Carballés Baena stretched side to side and then looking to move forward.
That's really well done. Yeah, using his speed offensively. He's a great mover, and he's always used his speed incredibly defensively, but being able to close the net off in a way that gets that ball high over the net where the volley becomes really routine is really important for him as he looks to implement more transition tennis.
Clean. Another winner off that backhand wing from Tommy Paul to grab a break chance early.
Well, if the early stages are any indicator, you're not going to see Carballés Baena getting a lot of free points on serve. Every service game is going to be a really hard one because Tommy doesn't miss a lot of returns and Carballés Baena doesn't hit a lot of aces.
That's just incredible depth from Tommy Paul, able to handle things when that point got reset and just finding his way through to an early break. The American leads 1-love. So then it becomes this question to you, Ryan. How does Carballés Baena hurt Tommy Paul here today?
Well, he was 2 for 2 in transition in net there. He won both points, the first and the fourth point of the match, both times getting into the net. And I think he's going to have to do a lot of that because Tommy Paul is not going to just make random mistakes off the back of the court. So it's going to be about Carballés Baena delivering that baseline blow that pushes Tommy Paul back behind the court, which is at times where we've seen Brad Stein talk about needing to adjust his court positioning, getting up into more offensive positions. And then once he does get Tommy Paul back, he's going to have to sneak in.
So obviously that's a pretty good stat for Tommy Paul. Good front runner for him. 12th seed, number 11 in the world, serves here at 1-love.
Oh. 15 left.
Yeah, that's it.
30 left. Left.
Well done by Tommy Paul, recognizing the short response, getting up there inside the court. It's all about taking time away. Notices this ball lands short just inside the service line, and that looks very comfortable. And that's what you want when you're being aggressive, controlled aggression.
Yeah, first miss, but a very aggressive miss out of Tommy Paul. One of those acceptable ones on that backhand line. Yeah, it's just so clear that he just wants to get Carballés Baena stretched, and Carballés Baena does a very good job of resetting points while on the full stretch.
Game, Paul.
Well, again, it's the depth from Tommy Paul. It's really pushing Carballés Baena back way behind the court. You're seeing him back where those shadows are. He's almost that far behind the court. That's 10, 15 feet behind the court that Tommy Paul's pushing him back there.
I think we saw a look there. Paige Lorenz, Kent Kinnear, head of U.S. tennis as well. Paige and Tommy, an item for, what, about 3 years now? As Carballés Baena serves here at love 2.
Oh.
Right, this is some start.
Well, it's beautifully well done. Again, using the transition tennis based on the depth, pushing Carballés Baena back, and he transitions well. This ball actually drops a little bit below the net, and he's still able to use that touch. What a beautiful little angle volley there, just out of reach.
And a perfect 3 for 3 right now is Tommy Paul. Net points 1. Just missing there on that forehand that gets away from Tommy Paul. As we mentioned, 3 titles for Tommy last year and really spread out throughout the year, February, June, and October.
15-all.
Big Eagles fan as well. It's a big game for him coming up Monday morning. Eagles taking on the Rams in the NFL playoffs back home, so I'm sure he'll be very occupied Monday morning. I believe 7 a.m. local time here. Pretty pure on that backhand once again. Carballés Baena in some real trouble here at 15-30. This is just absolutely textbook stuff from Tommy Paul. Game plan being perfected on court. He's got 2 more brink chances. Well, that pressure just paying off with the double fault on break point as well. All Tommy Paul early, the American. 2 breaks to the good at 3-love.
Well, relentless pressure here early on from Tommy Paul. As we talked about the unreturned serve stats in that first game we were commenting on for Carballés Baena, he's only at 9%, 1 for 11 of returns that have not come back. So Tommy Paul is basically making him play every single point under an immense amount of pressure. And now double break in hand. It's definitely not the start that Carballés Baena was hoping to get out to. But if you're Tommy Paul, you've got to feel really comfortable about the way you're striking the ball here, particularly when he's been changing the direction. He's gotten up the ball and changed direction very nicely in the early stages.
3 epic prizes. First prize, the ultimate VIP finals experience. Second prize will get you on court with an Australian tennis legend. And third prize will get you an exclusive band package. Support the Australian Tennis Foundation's work with disadvantaged kids. And here to win. Get it today at ozoeopen.com/win.
Well, near perfect day here in Melbourne and a near perfect start for Tommy Paul as well. 3-love. 11 minutes into this one. Serving from the more difficult side this time of the day with the roof open here, Cain Arena. Tommy in New Balance combining with a little bit of Aussie colors, green and yellow here in his match kits.
Love 15.
Halt.
You know, even though Tommy has misfired here a couple of times, I worry about the just work rate that Carballés Baena is having to put in early in this match and how that might affect him fourth and fifth sets potentially.
Well, he's okay working on these return points when he gets into Tommy Paul service games. It's really worrying the way that he's not getting any free points on serve. That's the ones that you want to try and get more efficient approaches. But here on, if he's able to get 3, 4, 5 shots in the Tommy Paul service games, that's a win for him. Tommy Paul doing a really good job there of setting him up for the down the tee serve when he got down in the service game. He was establishing the wide serve early on and then waiting until he needed that point, and a little bit of setting your opponent up.
Yeah, didn't quite hit the approach where he wanted, and Carballés Baena makes him pay and grabs a couple of break chances.
15-40.
That's the wide serve you were talking about. Why it's so important today.
Well, when you see a guy like Carballés Baena who's so far behind the court, a lot of times what you want to try and do is open the court up. You want to get the position where even if they make the return, the open court is there to be hit, and that's exactly what Tommy Paul was able to implement there, that saved first break point.
Out.
Beautiful.
A little passive from Carballés Baena when he had the opportunity to be offensive, Ryan.
Well, you can tell he's waiting to see what Tommy Paul's going to do. Right now, the points are being won or lost on the racket of Tommy Paul, and here just being down break point, but not hesitating at all. Stepping in, taking this backhand line over the high part of the net, and even though the scoreboard pressure was there, he still has the answer.
Advantage Paul.
Ace to boot for Tommy Paul. Game point now.
Well, great servers have a way of setting you up. They think about these things ahead of time, how I want to establish these patterns, what serves I want to be available to me whenever I need a point. And Tommy Paul has twice now gone to that T serve after setting up the wide serve to get 2 unreturnables down in the score.
I don't know that early in his career, Ryan, that he had the maturity and discipline to be able to do that and execute a game plan like this. And I think that's been one part that we haven't really talked about necessarily over the last couple of years. We talk about the speed, the athleticism, the offensive capability, but really just him maturing through the years has been much more important.
Out.
Again, changing direction with the backhand down the line. He's setting himself up so well in those points, pushing Carballés Baena back and then using the change of direction whenever the opportunity presents itself. And Mike, to further your point, to me there's a difference between a shot maker and a tennis player. And early on in his career, Tommy Paul was an electric shot maker. But again, having that experience of Brad Stein behind him has really developed him into a pure strategist out there.
Yeah, well done. Return drop shot combination. Saw that, as I mentioned, Tommy Paul had to deal with it against Christopher O'Connell a few days ago in his first round win, and that is a really good play. If you're able to get that return with some depth against Tommy Paul, he backs up. Oh.
Well, I think that might have been going wide, and Tommy Paul thinks it was going wide. He looked at Brad Stein there and just showed his hand gesture of how far out he thought it was going. Just a little unaware of where he was in the court as he tried to cover that down the line shot. But here it is, Carballés Baena with a third break point. As we take a look, he flicks this well off the net, but this ball looks like it's traveling well into the alley, and Tommy just stretches out and helps out his opponent a little there.
I'd rather see a player miss that ball rather than just let it go, especially when you are a little bit disoriented. Yeah, better variety in that point and that game from Carballés Baena. He gets one of the breaks back to 3-1.
Paul leads 3-1.
Well, regardless of the outcome of this set, it's just really important for Carballés Baena to get his teeth sunk in this match, stop the bleeding a little bit. It was one-way traffic pretty much all going Tommy Paul's way in the early stages, but that will feel like a big breath of fresh air just to feel like, okay, this is a match now. I can start getting myself going, and we'll see if he's able to land a few more first serves here. Just a little ambitious, sets the point up so well, and just on that very last opportunity blinks a little bit, a little too ambitious.
15 left.
That's, again, lovely movement forward from Tommy Paul. You talked about it, that serve percentage dropping here for Carballés Baena early, and Paul is now won 6 of the 8 second serve return points he's looked at.
Well, Tommy Paul is always a guy who makes a lot of returns, and particularly for a guy like Carballés Baena who doesn't get a lot of free points on serve. It just feels like every service game for Carballés Baena is more of a baseline game than it is an actual service game for him, because he's just not getting ahead in these points early on.
Another double fault for
15,
him.
30.
It's number 3.
Well, that's well saved. Does a nice job of getting up. As we've talked about the points he has won on serve, he has done well in transition, getting up on those short ball opportunities, but first serves will help with that. He's not going to get too many short responses off the Tommy Paul racket behind his second serve.
And that does make him 4 for 4. Net points won so far with that good court awareness.
40, 30.
A much needed first serve, setting up the game point.
Game.
Well, Roberto Carballés Baena has come storming back.
Paul leads.
Now down just a single break. 3-2 midway through the first. Well, one thing you wanted to keep an eye on, Ryan, was just this return average here, where these two players are making contact with the returns.
Yeah, as we look at Carballés Baena, he backs up on the second serve return. That red line is the second serve return hit point. You see Tommy Paul much more inside the court playing offensive tennis on second serve returns. Carballés Baena backing way up there so that he can take a little bit more ground, and that's just not serving him well as Tommy Paul gets him on the move on that first shot.
Very good answers. Let's hear it for these two guys
Time.
here on John Cain Arena.
Tommy Paul, box here. Kent Kinnear, head of U.S. coaching for the men's side.
Satoshi Ochi, USTA trainer, a long time, has been there for a long time. You won't find anyone out here as good as a person as him. Maybe he's good, but not better.
Tommy Paul here at 3-2. It's been a good tournament for the American men. Ryan, just seeing Marcos Giron into the third round. Taylor Fritz, Alex Mickelson, obviously what Leonard Tien did last night was pretty special as well.
That was remarkable. At that stage, late night, for a teenager to come out there for a top 5 win at a major, unbelievable effort.
$15-all.
Tommy looking to lead the way into the fourth round, grabs his third ace of the day.
$30-15.
Yeah, forehand starting to spray just a tad bit here for Paul, and the tester now 30-all. Total of 10 unforced errors for him early in this one to go along with 10 winners.
Well, he does a great job fighting off this aggressive return, and that's one of the improvements for the Carballés Baena game on hard courts, is willing to take that on. As we talked about in the early stages, he was really backing up on second serve returns, but on that big point there, he steps in, cracks it, but it was Tommy Paul with the fleet of foot able to get that point turned around, sets up game point opportunity. That's smart. Really well done there, recognizing the court positioning of Carballés Baena, electing to go with the heavy kick first serve, taking a little bit of time, a little bit of space away from Carballés Baena with that first ball and opening up the court.
And stopping that bleeding as well. Really had a bit of momentum, did Carballés Baena. Yep, so Paul stems it for the moment. Last game with the original balls here. And Carballés Baena serving from that difficult spot. Jose Maria Garridos, the coach for Carballés Baena. That's why Paula there as well.
Well, again, Carballés Baena, net points won, 5 for 5, 100% so far today when he's able to transition. If that's any indicator of what he's needing to do to stay his way into this match, it's got to be a little bit more of getting in.
That'll make it a perfect 6 for 6 now for Carballés Baena after that short response from Paul.
30 left.
Serve percentage inching back to where it needs to be. Again, the first 2 matches for him, 66%. Now at 57 for this one.
Well, the serve percentage will be lower today for sure, and that's based on the quality of the return from Tommy Paul. When you're playing against a lower ranked opponent or somebody who doesn't make as many returns, you don't feel the pressure to hit that first serve quite as fine. Tommy Paul makes you feel like you have to paint the sidelines with the serve, so therefore the percentage drops.
Forty, 15. Fault.
Russian rush from Tommy Paul.
Beautiful stuff. As we talked about the athleticism coming in. Does such a good job of recognizing that single hand. As soon as you see that single hand on the racket for a double-handed backhand, you know it's a good opportunity to get forward. And that was his key to make that transition move.
That's a good point for Carballés Baena, keeping inside the baseline the entire time and finds another solid hole into the ball change. Paul, 4-3.
Leads 4 games to 3.
Well, new balls, new racket, getting something with a little tighter tension as these balls will fly through the net.
.439 lifetime against the top 20, Ryan. That's a tough record, and it's kind of what's kind of held him in this 50 to 80 range for much of his career.
Well, to beat the top players in the world, you have to really go after it. You can't just exist out there and make balls, and that's been large in part why Carballés Baena has been incredibly consistent, incredibly predictable as well. He's a guy who takes care of business against lower ranked players, but has struggled against the top players. It's about having weapons when you want to take top players out. And if you don't have those weapons, then it can be a struggle. But as we've talked about, doing a lot better on hard courts in recent months and taking it on, that last point was an example of playing more aggressive tennis.
Well, the CBD in the background here at JCA and RCB taking on TP. It's a lot of initials mixed in there. Mike Cain, can I call you RH? It doesn't feel right.
RH is fine.
Okay.
I've been called other things.
I'll leave that for a podcast, maybe. Tommy Paul does show the new balls to Carballés Baena. Serving here 4-3.
Beautifully struck. I'd like to clarify, my legal first name is Patrick. That's where I was going with that. Patrick Ryan Harrison is the full name, so PRH is the full initial.
Okay. I actually didn't know that.
Fun fact.
Yeah, you've kept that under wraps very well.
I have.
Let's second serve.
Very aggressive line there by Carballés Baena. 2 return winners and quickly to left 30.
And it's him stepping inside the court. As we talked about early on, when we looked at the return positioning on the second serve, he was standing way back. You can see, watch him step inside the court here, take this on. Big crack off the forehand side. Love 30 opportunity to try and get back on serve.
Really making Tommy Paul work right now for love 40 and 3 chances.
Love 40.
Oh.
Good move there. Love to see Tommy staying aggressive despite being down.
15-40.
It's what you'll see a lot of top players do. On the scoreboard, it doesn't necessarily change their game style. When he gets the opportunity, he takes it on. Again, quickly sneaking forward. That's so good. So good from Carballés Baena, the most aggressive return game that he has had yet. Stepping in, cracking forehand after forehand. From 3 love down, double break, draws it back 4 games apiece here, and breaks the game with new balls. The most difficult game to break throughout the set is when a server's serving with new balls.
It's this really unique combination, as you mentioned, this idea that he's incorporated more aggression into his game, and on top of it, that steady component that he's always had since his junior career brings that into the table, just reducing the errors right now as well.
Let for serve.
Beautiful. Vintage Tommy Paul, defense to offense in the blink of an eye.
Rare moment where Carballés Baena didn't make the best decision about whether to move forward or not. How good is that return?
Love 30.
Well, that's been the maturity and the professionalism from Tommy Paul. From 3-0 up double break, gives the break back, and then gives the second break back, but shaking it off quickly and finds himself at a love 30 opportunity to see if he can set up an opportunity to serve for the first set despite the missed chances so far today. There he is. Dead run, Tommy Paul. The foot speed, so much notarized and talked about.
Love 40.
Way outside the court with this open stance backhand, and it's the way he's able to flick the wrist, get this ball down low, below the level of the net. Break back chance.
First point that Carballés Baena has lost at the net. Now 6 of 7. Oh, it trickles over. Not only trickles over, but moves left.
That ball was going wide. So
15,
fortunate in two
14.
aspects.
Yeah, definitely wide. No doubt about it.
Well, you might be wondering how that could happen. And the net, where the net posts are in the
13,
alley, is
14.
actually several inches higher than it is where the net strap is in the middle of the court. So there's a very slight decline that goes toward the middle of the net. And if you hit the net in one of those areas that's close to the alley, the ball actually has a tendency to jump toward the court.
So a third look now for Paul. And all three wiped away. To deuce we go.
Deuce.
Timed really well by Carballés Baena to grab a game point.
Advantage. Carballés Baena.
Well, it's all about the disguise for this drop shot for Carballés Baena. He sets it up really well, loads up like he's going to deliver the powerful forehand blow, and ever so slightly at the last second changes the grip, catches Tommy a little bit too far back behind the court.
Well, Carballés Baena just not missing, digging himself out of a love 40 deficit.
Carballés Baena leads 5
Takes his
games to
first
4.
lead of the day, 5-4.
Time.
Well, those two break deficits nearly impossible to overcome. But not for Roberto Carballés Baena. He's taking a 5-4 lead here at the Yarra River nearby. MCG in the background as well. CBD back there and some of the best coffee in the world as well. Tommy Paul needs some right now. Little spark of energy. He serves to stay in the set. 4-5.
Left.
14 net points so far. Ryan, is that in line with where you wanted him to be?
He's doing really well in conversion as well. 10 from 14 is a very solid conversion percentage.
Left.
Comfortable. Anticipated that one coming right back. Away easily.
Well, sometimes in these short balls, you want to see if your opponent picks a side. Tommy Paul electing to go directly down the middle. Carballés Baena actually didn't pick either side, so he was there. But solid technique on the volley.
Oh.
What a change of pattern there, and a really well executed backhand line from Paul to get us to 5 games all.
5 games all.
Well, that's what we saw early on. Tommy Paul was doing a good job of opening up the court. He was getting Carballés Baena outside of the alleys and then changing direction when the opportunity presented himself. As Carballés Baena was able to work his way back in the match, you just saw Tommy Paul forcing the initiative a little bit too much on some balls that weren't quite there. The unforced error count was rising, but that was a really composed game to get things back on his term.
A rare free point for Carballés Baena on his serve. 4th of the day out of 30 serves.
Well, saving his best serving for this critical service game, last service game of the first set.
Bad luck as well for Paul.
Well, serving at 5-all for me always felt like a very important game,
14.
obviously, because if you get broken, then the other opponent gets to serve for the first set. But also, if you're able to find a hold there, this next return game feels like house money. It feels like in the worst case scenario, you're going to be in a tiebreaker, and you can see Carballés Baena really go after it in the next game. Not much to lose.
Let's serve. Hold.
That's well done.
(40-15).
Well, now things get really interesting, don't they? And there's a lot of pressure on this first serve here.
40-30.
You've seen Tommy Paul step in and crack a couple second serve returns, and when his confidence is growing, he's making Carballés Baena pay right away, not waiting any time to get into this point.
Let's serve. Hold. Hold.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Ryan.
Well, that's an accumulation of pressure. When you
Yep.
can sense that your opponent is taking control of your second serve, it just forces you to try and be a little bit too aggressive. In this game, which once was 40-love, finds a very, very tricky moment now for Carballés Baena to navigate.
It's well handled, just took a little bit off of that first serve. Ryan, 5 of his 8 unforced errors in this set have been double faults, which means incredibly clean off the ground. That's a great step up on the serve for Carballés Baena.
6 games to 5.
Let's see if he can be aggressive for the final return game of the first.
Well, you said it, Mike. Getting those serves is an important part of the Tommy Paul return game. He wants to take control of the second serve. The second serve of Carballés Baena is maybe one of the best opportunities for Tommy to take control of a point. Carballés Baena is so solid within the rallies, but just getting that first strike right away is a great chance for Tommy Paul. Put that pressure on Carballés Baena, but he answers the question. 2 unreturned serves there.
Yeah, the difference between first serve points 1 and second for Carballés Baena is drastic. 79% on first, just 18% on the second.
Pretty remarkable stat there. If you're at 18% on second serve while only serving 59%, to have yourself anywhere near the first set is a good effort.
Well, the crowd gets in with a grounds pass here to Cain Arena. It's why it always gets pretty loud, especially as you get towards the evening. Of course, Nick Kyrgios always prefers this arena because of that very fact. Tommy Paul trying to play into the Aussie love with the green and yellow colors with his New Balance kit. New Balance doing very well. This one, as well as what Coco's bringing to the table. Tommy Paul serving here at 5-6.
Well, good job in transition again. And like you said, the Tommy Paul kit kind of blending into the backdrop there. As we've talked about, winning a lot of points at net. Ninja-like, coming in with stealth.
Uh-oh. Make sure he's all right first more than anything else.
Just a slight misstep, looked to be okay. Sometimes when you feel that ankle going, it's better to just go down with it rather than try and recover it.
Why's that?
If you try and plant too hard here when you land on it, it can be a full turn, but you can see he lands on it. You saw a slight twist, but just letting yourself fall down, the ankle doesn't fully turn and then you're okay.
Give him an extra second or two on the serve clock, did our chair Nico Hellworth as well, just to make sure that he was all right. Didn't require treatment. That's well done. The serve +1 for TP.
30-15.
Oh, just flawless.
Well, if I'd have told you early on in the match that Carballés Baena was going to have a better net conversion percentage than Tommy Paul, you wouldn't have believed me, because this guy has been so efficient at the net. Historically a baseline player, but just has great instincts up there. This is not an easy read and a great volley knockoff.
It creeps to within 2 points of stealing this opening set.
Let's preserve.
It's a really aggressive second serve out wide.
And Carballés Baena stuck to his guns, just a little overcooked, but I do like that he was going after it. It's a good miss. He took a good cut.
That's where Tommy has had the best success on his second serve, serving out wide on that deuce side, winning 2/3 of his points. Goodness.
Yes.
It's a pretty drastic difference on the first and second serve conversions as well for Tommy Paul. 74% versus half that, 37%.
So well done. The composure there, recognizing the space. And it was all about how quickly he gets ready for the first ball. Immediately after the serve, he was early prepared and delivers the strike. 1 point away from a tiebreaker.
Just a great reset of the point. And Paul just mistiming that overhead ever so slightly.
Well, really smart there. You can see the shadow to Tommy Paul's left on the ground, which means he's looking directly into the sun from that side. So Carballés Baena, just recognizing the court conditions, elects to throw that up high in the air, knowing that that's going to be a tricky overhead. Really good court awareness from the veteran Spaniard.
It's remarkable how good he is defensively. Just doesn't seem to miss there on the ground, and Tommy just having to hit ball after ball after ball.
Well, the thing that's impressive, it reminds me of the way that Novak Djokovic has idolized, so many people have idolized him and the way he moves. He looks like he's moving hard, but his upper body stays really still and composed. It allows him to make that one extra ball, not just once, twice, but sometimes 3, 4 additional shots needed for Tommy Paul.
Another point for the breaker. Yeah, it feels like Tommy's feeling the pressure, right? Of so many made balls from Carballés Baena. He feels like he needs to go for more. Another deuce, number 3.
Oh, what a cut.
Wow.
He read it perfectly, lined it up.
Advantage.
Little smile.
Cheeky little serve and volley there, too. First of the day.
Brave.
Deuce at 5-6.
Very brave.
Nearly stupid. Another point for the breaker. That's well done.
Game.
Feisty stuff there from Tommy Paul, and we do get a tiebreak to decide. It's been a really entertaining first set.
Entertaining, unpredictable, but very mature and composed. For Tommy Paul to respond that way after several missed opportunities shows that composure that we've talked about in the development. Look at him sensing the moment, enjoying the battle.
Lost his tiebreak against Nishikori in the first set. Lost a tiebreak as well to Chris O'Connell. Carballés Baena 1-for-1 so far.
Players are ready.
Here in Melbourne. Fourth set tiebreak win over Tabilo in his first round win over the 23 seed. And Carballés Baena will serve to start the tiebreak. Not surprisingly, second serve, and Paul steps in.
Well, as you said, he's really struggled behind the second serve today, only winning 17% of points behind his second serve. Tells you how important it is for him to land the first serve in this pivotal moment in the match, first set tiebreaker.
It's a wild spray
2-0 Paul.
and a very aggressive look.
Well, a lot of times tiebreakers aren't won by aces and beautiful shots. It's about free points given. And as you see, starting this tiebreaker off, a couple mistakes there from Carballés Baena.
But sometimes the aces help. 3-0 Paul.
Well, it's the mistakes that build the lead and grow the confidence of the Tommy Paul racket, where he can feel like he can step up and go after it. When you've already got the mini break in hand, makes you feel that extra breath of fresh air as you step up to the line and try to build that lead even further.
Whoa, Carballés Baena on his back heel from the jump. And Paul finds his finish for 4-0.
4-0.
Well, this is what the best players do. When the moment calls for it, they step up, they answer the question, and they stick to their guns. And for that, Tommy Paul is getting again to the net, which is one of the keys to the match that we talked about early on, and doing so well in the critical moments of the first set. 4-love. Tommy Paul, first set tiebreaker. And again, Tommy Paul, knowing the court sense, understanding where his opponent is, understanding how he's going to apply that pressure to the best of his ability. It's about recognizing when your opponent can't do anything but throw the ball up and then sneaks in just at the right time.
Further, Carballés Baena 0 for 3 on first serves in this tiebreak. He's going to put in a lot of work defensively here as well.
Just no let up. Not just jogging to the sprint to the finish line of the first set, sprinting, full sprint, 6-0 lead, 6 set points.
Well, a great start, shaky through the middle, but looking like a great finish as well. So he will, as a result, have 6 set points. Hammered home. An emphatic tiebreak victory for Tommy Paul. Takes it 7-0. To steal this first set, just a wild one here at Cain Arena in 69 minutes.
Well, I can't tell you how impressive that was for Tommy Paul. After building the 3-0 double break lead and having them both slip away, gets to 4-all, love 40, another missed chance there, and then has to dig out of the 5-6 service game. Eventually finds himself into a tiebreaker and plays his best tennis of the set in that pivotal first set tiebreaker. Impressive stuff. As we look at the stats here, Tommy Paul doing really well behind first serve. It's the second serve points won for Carballés Baena that was the story here. Only 15% of second serve points won, and Tommy Paul much more aggressive. 26 winners to 16 unforced errors, plus 10 ratio. That is a really beautiful stat. If he takes it on like that, we'll see Tommy Paul making his way into the second week in short time.
On top of it, you see just the number of sprints there that Carballés Baena is having to get into, and it's something I pointed out early, right? The fact that he's going to have to continuously work with that aggression from Paul. If you think about a fourth set, you think about a fifth set, he's in very good shape, but your effectiveness might not be there late.
Well, Tommy Paul changing the direction beautifully. As we take a look here, he did such a good job of responding to some of these heavy ball strikes from Carballés Baena. After getting down early, Carballés Baena really upped the ball speed, particularly on his forehand side, and started taking it on a lot more. But it was Tommy Paul in transition as we look here as he takes this ball well above the net and then finishes off the set with authority with the overhead.
So both guys hop out onto court. Tommy doing it literally. A little skip and a jump as well. He's going to be the one serving to start this second set.
Sir.
Fault.
Rare miss off that forehand here for Baena. Ended with 10. Again, a good chunk of those were doubles in that first set.
$15. $15.30.
First of the day for Tommy. Picks it up with an ace. Had 3 early for total now. Comfortable stepping forward inside the box for TP to grab a game point.
30.
Nice hold there to start this second set, especially from a double fault and 15-30 down. 1-love here in the second set.
Well, really important for the top player to get out on the right foot to start the second set after such a battle. It's an opportunity where maybe the person who's a bit lower ranked will feel like they had a chance to get in the match and didn't capitalize on that opportunity, and you can sometimes get a bit of a letdown, and we'll see if Carballés Baena is able to fight off that letdown. As you said, he's going to have to do a lot better on second serve points won here in the second set.
Yeah, no doubt about it, and we talk all the time about that idea of match management, right? And for Tommy to just kind of have that from 15-30 there to continue to put himself into the driver's seat. Now the question, how does Carballés Baena respond right here at love 1? Not well. Number 6 on the day.
Well, you tend to try to do more when you're not making any points behind your second serve. It makes you feel like you got to go a little bit more aggressive and not quite able to land it in the location he was looking for. Well done. Good location with the drop shot, sensing that Tommy Paul was ready to anticipate the open court, and it was the drop shot going behind Tommy Paul ultimately draws the winner. Good disguise, holds it to the last possible second.
Yeah, this is a very good bounce back as well for Carballés Baena with game points. A rare moment where Paul did not really get that backhand return exactly where he wanted it. Carballés Baena, a rare second serve point won for him as he gets it to 1-game-all here in the second.
Well, so far in the match today, Tommy Paul net approaches 28 times. That is a remarkably high stat.
Averages out to about 2 per game.
Appreciate the quick math there, Mike.
That's why I'm here, Ryan.
30 love. 30-15.
Return miss there for Carballés Baena on that second serve as well. He started to go a little bit bigger even on those second serve returns.
Well, it was an adjustment that he made from 3-0 down in the first set just to play a little bit more high risk, high reward. We saw it pay off there at the end of the first set, but he's going to have to reel it in a little bit.
Yeah, just leaving Carballés Baena guessing. That does get us to 2-1 on serve early in the second.
Ball leads 2-1.
Well, as we take a look at the Tommy Paul rally hit points, you're seeing a lot of stuff inside the court, particularly on the points one. That's allowing him to get up inside the court for transition. You can see a lot of balls that he's hitting, that he's won the point inside the service line. Many putaways, and then several that are just behind the service line. So that's what's allowing Tommy Paul to get to the net so many times with so much success, as we've noted so far in the match here.
It's also pretty interesting, Ryan, to see that there are very few points that he's hit from that middle third of the court, which you give credit to Carballés Baena for getting him tracked into the corners. But that's where Tommy's really good.
Well, what I put that to is how quick Tommy is getting inside the court. So not having a lot of balls that are hit in that no man's land, it shows you that a second that Tommy Paul is recognizing his opponent on defense, he is all the way in, not part of the way in.
Well, the Botanical Gardens here, just outside Melbourne Park. A beautiful opportunity to watch some sports on the right. Take a walk across the Yarra River on one of the bridges and enjoy some nature as well. And here inside John Cain Arena, interacting with the crowd here very well. Get some of the young fans involved. Tommy's had some good relationships with some of the young fans as well over the years. One notable fan in question a couple of years back now.
Well, Tommy Paul is a guy that a lot of these kids look up to. He's got that flair, but he's also got just a great inviting personality. He's a very charismatic guy. When you watch him, you feel like you can really get behind him. Carballés Baena doing a better job landing more first serves here. 5 from 6 to start the second set. Well, hello. Tommy Paul gets the court opened up,
15
whips that wrist off the court, and then sets up the eventual put away forehand. It's about how quickly he gets around this ball, setting up the forehand.
That's really hard to do when you're backtracking like that, to be able to find that type of precision.
(30-15).
So there's another double. Second already in this set. 7 now on the day. That was such a good reset ball, too, from Baena. That forehand with some good depth.
30-40.
Down on that backhand wing. First break chance of the set goes to the American. That's tough there, and again, just a little bit off there. Yeah, Tommy's saying that's where I should hit the ball. Right in the middle of the strings, not at the edge. That's good advice for an average player like me. Try to hit it right in the middle of the racket, Ryan.
Well, that's what we all try to do, but the way that Carballés Baena strikes it might have a little bit more bite on it than the guys you'll be playing against,
Probably,
Mike.
probably.
Let's second serve.
Oh no, what a disaster.
Well, just a little sign of frustration there from Carballés Baena. He did such a good job to set this ball up. I was really surprised that he elected to go with the swing volley. Tommy does a good job of getting this ball lower than expected. And rather than going to a normal volley, he tries to hit a swing volley from waist high, and that's not a high percentage volley to go for the swinger once it drops that low.
Ball is 2 of 6, and the camera's not under duress. That's the important part. We've already lost one this week. Second look here for Tommy. Gotten a lot of second serves to look at in this game, Ryan, and just is not able to get over the hump. Back to deuce.
Well, just a little bit overcooked in that last forehand. When you play a player who's making you hit one extra ball, it can be easy to try and find yourself making yourself hit smaller and smaller margins. But what you want to do is what he's been having a lot of success doing is build the point even further and then finish at the net, not try to just swing out of your shoes from the back of the court.
Advantage, Carballés Baena.
feels like, you know, the weight on his shoulders right now, right? You're seeing a couple of miscues off of the ground, which is so rock solid through that first set. Feels the pressure and the weight of the returns from Paul as well.
It feels like a must-win game for Carballés Baena. Tommy Paul's just knocking at the door, trying to kick it in early stages of the second set.
Huge to get a free point there. And definitely his
Advantage.
up to the vocals has Carballés Baena here in this set, specifically on the first serve. The grunting has taken it to a new level. Great body serve, 2-all. And that must-hold situation comes through.
Well, that's really well done from Carballés Baena. Very resilient competitor. Vintage Spaniard, not giving an inch, even whenever things start getting stacked against him. And Mike, to your point, that grunting going up, I think that's a sign. You can see the heavy sweating already early on. There hasn't been a lot of non-pressure points throughout today. It's always been under duress since the very beginning of this match for Carballés Baena. He was 3-0 down right out the gate, fought back all the way to 3-all, excuse me, to 4-all, and then eventually they had a battle throughout. So he hasn't had any time where he was under zero duress today.
Yeah, and he's really having to put in the work on the ground as well. With the footwork is already
15.
Yeah, the average for a match, a 3-set match right now, is 24 sprints over 3 sets. He's already at 25. So just that work rate is exceptionally high for Carballés Baena.
Well, that's like the body blow in boxing, right?
Yes, exactly.
You're just taking the guy out one shot at a time, and it's not something that's bruising him necessarily in the immediate, but it's that accumulation that eventually will pay dividends. Tommy Paul with the instincts up there.
30-15.
So the key is in this moment when you see a guy crashing forward and you've got to pick a side, you can't commit too early. You see him wait till the very last moment, and the ever so slight hop to the left just takes away that down the line. He does a really good job of waiting until Carballés Baena commits, and then he picks right, knocks the volley off.
I just love the way that Tommy's managing this match right now, mentally. Very calm and clear-headed. Game points for him. Solid and comfortable little hold for Tommy Paul. We're at 3-2. We are midway through the second set.
Tommy Paul just having a little conversation there with the chair umpire.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. Was he saying same tension?
Time.
Just got a racket sent back.
Well, throughout the middle of the day, a lot of times it will be the same tension. You'll see the tension change if the sun drops, and that usually happens if you have maybe a 5 or 6 o'clock start time, and by the time the match is developed and evolved over several hours, the temperature in the air drops several degrees. That's when you'll see a temperature change.
Carballés Baena's temperature definitely has changed. You've seen a little bit more emotion from him over the last 20 minutes with all this work that he's having to put in to keep up right now with Tommy Paul, serving at 2-3.
Not up. 15.
Clean off of the backhand wing. Second return winner of the day for Tommy Paul to 15-all.
Stepping in inside the corners. We take a look at the winner count. It is Tommy Paul with the imposition. 17 forehand winners compared to just 7 for Carballés Baena, and 9 backhands compared to just 2. You can see who the aggressor is very, very easily.
Let's for serve.
Make it back-to-back. 2 straight off the return side for Tommy Paul in an opening at 15-30.
Well, great players have a sense of knowing the moment when it's that time to get into that hyper-focus zone. And Tommy Paul here, early stages, as you said, the temperature in the mind of Carballés Baena is starting to rise a little bit, and Tommy Paul does not want to let him back in this thing. That's amazing. That's beautiful stuff. All set up by the good deep ball through the middle, drawing the short response from Carballés Baena, and then again in transition, getting right on top of the net for that volley put away. It was about how quickly he gets in, all the way up right near the camera as he puts this volley away. Double break point chance here, second set.
0 for 2 on his chances in the set.
13
for 3.
Carballés Baena with one of his best serves of the match in a must-have situation. Still struggling behind the second serve, points won. 21% for the match, 33% here for the second set. There it is. Tommy Paul with the foot speed. Not easy to drop shot Tommy Paul as you see the ball go flying into the ground for Carballés Baena. Tommy Paul so good at recognizing when the opportunity is to get up to the ball, and as soon as he takes off the mark, I wouldn't say there's too many people on tour that are quicker getting up to a ball than Tommy Paul is. And is that the straw that breaks the camel's back here in the second set?
Well, it just feels like it in terms of the emotional component. Carballés Baena has been having to work so incredibly hard just to stay level, and now it just feels like there could be that collapse here in the set.
Well, you mentioned it just before the start of that game. Even though he was on serve in the second set, it just felt like the tension was residing in him. And as soon as you called that and recognized that, the break came in hand right away. And Tommy Paul also recognized that, playing his best return game of the match there to break here in the second set.
Oh.
And
well, smart stuff.
Almost hits a ball kid there, did Carballés Baena. That was very dicey. But listen, it's so hard when you put in that much effort and then you're just not getting the joy that comes along with it. And that goes back to that first set tiebreak as well, right? So much work to get back into that set from 2 breaks down, loses at 7-0 in the breaker, and then the same thing here, right? Having to put in so much work to stay level and just on the wrong end of it.
Well, it's just too much pressure. If you're only winning 21% of second serve points for your match, just the amount of pressure that you put on your first serve, the amount of pressure that you put on your ground game, and especially in returns to try and have to break multiple times a set just to stay alive, you can't sustain that throughout a match, especially not against a player like Tommy Paul, who's knocking on the door of top 10 in the world. It's a stat that's going to have to go up for Carballés Baena, especially on hard courts where the second serve points are going to need to be even more efficient than on clay where there's more breaks.
Feels like he's taking that net game to another level here in the second set as well. Paige looks like she's prepared for the occasion here today.
Well, as you said, they've been together for a long time, and having a stable support cast is so important out there. You deal with all the stresses and all the expectations, all the things considered in the match. You want to have a good, solid support team.
It was a pretty iconic trophy shoot, the two of them, when he won Queens this past year. I just shake my head at what might be in store if he happens to find a way through to a title here.
She might be playing match point with him out there.
Brad Stein, would he go jump into the Yara River again?
I would say absolutely he would.
I think he would too.
Courier might get in there also.
Game points here for Tommy. These points really make the strength and conditioning guy Franco Herrera back in Florida very happy. Tommy Paul looks so comfortable right now. 5-2 here in the second.
Now my foot is like sliding around me. It feels like it's like let's check it out.
Well, I think he's talking about the foot there to trainer Paul Ness.
Yeah.
He said, let's take a look at it on the set break. Sometimes you call the trainer over there to the court just so whenever you get a set break, you want to have him close by. You don't have to wait minutes for him to travel from the locker room all the way out to the court, especially over here in Cain Arena, which is a little bit of a trek from where the mainstay locker room is. And if it isn't an existing injury that's been happening throughout the day or throughout the tournament, he'll want to have the same physio treated that's been out there.
Could also be a blister situation potentially for Tommy Paul here.
Possibly. He was talking about maybe something being cut open. I thought that's what I could maybe hear a bit.
And listen, this can happen, right? Obviously a semifinal for Tommy already. You know, just the beginning of the season. Obviously an off season that was very active, but just those first couple of times getting into match play, you can get one of those blisters that develops.
Well, especially down here in humid Australia, where you can get the socks, they get a little bit of moisture in them, and at times that can help a blister create.
Carballés Baena trying to serve to stay in this set. 2-5.
Let second serve.
The riskier drop shot had the one cross over the lowest part of the net that would have been there.
Well, I don't love drop shots when the ball's that high up over the net. I know it's a shot that if he'd have made would have been a winner, but to me, when the ball's that much up above the net, it's easy to just knock it off with a nice top spin.
Oh.
What do you think of Tommy's decision to play last week in Adelaide?
Well, some guys like to have a lot of momentum going into a slam, and if it's something that he needed more matches coming off the off season, it would have been a decision he and he and Brad Stein discussed heavily. When you're a top player, that week before is always a big question mark. You see a lot of the top seeds not play that. They want to get here to the slam and get on these show courts a bit earlier.
Now that had some more MPH on it. That backhand was electric there from Paul, who creeps to within 2 points. And yeah, it was a bit surprising to see Tommy last week. I would have thought he was going to be there 1 week prior.
Well, they would have had that discussion at the beginning of the week, and Tommy would have had to have been very honest and upfront about how he was feeling confidence-wise. You have to have those candid conversations within the confines of the team.
This is already on the other side. Meanwhile, the third tournament of the year for Carballés Baena. Quarterfinal in Auckland. Losing there to Zizou Bergs, and lost in the first round to Gab Diallo, big Canadian in Hong Kong.
Forty, 30.
That body return pretty impactful when it skims through the court.
Well, you can just see the confidence in Tommy Paul growing throughout this set. Ever since he secured that break here in the second set, it just seems like that pep in his step is back. The confidence in the strike is there. Even the mistakes that he's made have all been really well struck. And he finds himself here, not even going to give himself a chance to serve it out. He wants to secure this on the return.
Well, Tommy Paul's at full flight.
Second set ball.
With a 2 sets to love lead, 6-2 set away from the 4th round, and a medical timeout it appears coming here for Tommy Paul in between the 2nd and 3rd sets.
Well, it doesn't seem to be a real serious issue. It was something he's been carrying throughout the 2nd set, and as you said, his 2nd set was a runaway there at the end. As we take a look at the set 2 stats, he does so well behind the first serve, 91%, second serve points won up to 60%. That was a much higher percentage than the first set. 14 winners to 9 unforced errors, again showing that he is the more aggressor. And the story again behind the second serve of Carballés Baena, 27% there, and still overall at only 20% for the match. That's going to be a really tough mountain to climb here. As we look at some of the highlights, again, it's just Tommy Paul always making Carballés Baena play the extra shot. A couple times he was able to answer the question, but Tommy Paul just asking it time and time again throughout set 2.
And also his ability to raise his level when he needed it. Those 2 return winners, right, to kind of set a tone, and especially seeing Carballés Baena struggling a little bit emotionally, physically as well.
Well, it seemed like he sent a message in that first set tiebreaker, and that message was that he was not going to get behind the 8 ball today. As you said, in that first round match against Chris O'Connell, had to go to 5 sets, and there was a set down against Cain Shikori. Especially if he has that blister going on, he wants to try and minimize the time on the court today. An efficient 3-set win would be a really well-prescribed antidote for this foot injury.
I think this is more just getting it retaped, right? I think it's just the tape had gotten a little bit loose, which sometimes will happen, and I think he's just getting that left ankle retaped here.
Well, it also reminds me of that little slight ankle roll that he had, and I really appreciate that he plays with those ankles taped in a preventative way. That can save your season for a guy like Tommy, who we saw have that slight tumble, but maybe those ankle tapings actually had a part in him not turning that ankle fully.
Ryan, you and I both from the States. We have a lot of friends in California who are dealing with obviously some real tragedy in Los Angeles. I see this morning Pam Shriver, her car got stolen with all of her hardware, all of the trophies from over the years as a player as well. A lot of people we know who have lost homes, who have had friends who have lost homes, and we want to make sure we send our thoughts back to everybody in Los Angeles, in California, and dealing with what they're dealing with right now.
Yeah, it's amazing, these natural disasters that can happen. It can really put you into perspective in a hurry. We're down here and we're talking about tennis, and we have so many friends and family back home who are dealing with loss of life, loss of home, loss of property, and it just is a tragic situation all around. Our thoughts and prayers with everybody involved.
Well, Tommy Paul just getting a little bit of clarification here on the timing. Again, just looks like it was a tape job that was kind of sorted there and is given a little bit of extra time to adjust. And that the question is, was it a medical timeout? Was it what they call equipment out of adjustment there on that tape job? But he is, it appears, going to leave the court here for a moment. Thankfully, the roof is open for us here today. The dancing going to begin as well here with a little bit more time here for this set break. Mike Cation, Ryan Harrison joining us here. And it's obviously been a week that's been interrupted by a couple of days of rain. Looks like we're going to be able to avoid that until at least next Wednesday or Thursday. Don't have to deal with that until we get into a little bit later, when most of the matches will be inside these stadiums that do have a roof. We're one of them here. John Cain Arena is the one separated from Margaret Court Arena, as well as Rod Laver Arena. Of course, the American men doing very well here in this tournament. Taylor Fritz, we were just talking about the fire situation in Los Angeles, talking about how he's going to be sending his first round prize money to a relief organization in Los Angeles. And I think you'll definitely see a couple of other players trying to do their part as well. Marcos Giron, a guy who has spent a lot of time in Los Angeles over the years, including his time as an NCAA champion at the University of California, Los Angeles, otherwise known as UCLA, under the direction of Billy Martin. Hard to imagine how Carballés Baena does come back here. We do see Tommy Paul coming back onto the court. But it really is going to be about his ability to manage the physicality, manage the emotions of this third set. Long way for him to build here. He's gotten the full wardrobe change as well. A guy who's in very good shape, but does not, at this stage of his career, at 31 years of age, have a comeback from 2 sets to love down. So uncharted waters for him. And he's also going to be on the wrong end of it in terms of scoreboard pressure here in the third set. Tommy Paul going to be serving to start this third set. Asking which side he's on. It'll be the far side. But again, just a new tape job for him in case you popped away for a moment with the 2 players. New tape job on the left ankle. But thankfully it doesn't appear to be a blister. So 6 minutes plus since our last point. Tommy Paul ready to get it restarted.
Halt. Halt. Lavetti.
Had a double fault in his opener of the second as well.
Halt.
Well, Ryan, I mentioned that Carballés Baena does not have a comeback from 2 sets to love down in his career. What does he have to do here, very basically, to get on the right foot?
Well, he's going to need to play his best tennis. He's also going to need Tommy Paul to dip in level. It's going to have to be a combination of both. I don't think that there's much he can do solely on his side.
Halt.
Just the capable tennis that Tommy Paul can produce. You know, if he's on, it only takes one little momentum stretch here for this thing to be over.
Starting 0 for 3 on first serves is Paul, but the fact that he's still coming through with the goods here, finds some success on the overheads, 5 of them here on the day. 30-15.
5 overheads is a lot of overheads for a match that's barely more than 2 sets elapsed. Well, just kind of toying with him. Tommy Paul again finds himself at the net. Does so well at the net. 32 from 39 now for the match. Almost 40 net approaches and barely over 2 sets. He's getting in on everything today. This is an old school Australian Open match. This could be 1994.
Let's go back to Kooyong.
Thank you. Game.
So very comfortable there. That makes it 5 on the trot now for Tommy Paul. 1-love here in this third set.
Well, they said John Newcomb is on the coin for the Australian Open, the official coin they're using for the coin toss, and maybe that just inspired Tommy Paul to channel his inner Newcomb coming in the net relentlessly today.
You know, I have to admit, I'm not somebody who's great, Ryan, with tennis history. I just fully admit that. For some reason on my social media feed this week, it has been Mark Edmondson's run to the title here. what year was that? 1976, won the Australian Open while ranked 212 in the world. That story has been popping up on my social media feed this entire week. It's really fascinating.
I saw that as well. I think that it was a remarkable story from where he was ranked. I did see he got up to number 15 in the world, so that was definitely a sign of good things to come. But those old school Aussies love the handlebar mustache, love the flair, the tight shirt, short shorts.
Short shorts are making a very strong comeback right now as well.
Well, you're going to see those out in full force tonight in that Djokovic-Machak match. Tomas, the Czech man. What a passing shot. Not many points lost at the net today, but there's not much you can do other than tip your cap there. It's a great return. Comes in nicely in the little left-hand flick. Just catches the outside of the line.
Speaking of handlebar mustache, is that Mark Edmondson himself reincarnated?
Let's go see if that guy can hit a serve like Mark Edmondson.
Oh. 59. Out. 30-15.
The full grunt from Carballés Baena, and Paul just swats it up the line with no problem.
And just looking at his coach there, shrugging his shoulders, going, what can I do? I don't know what I'm going to be able to do here to make headway against Tommy Paul.
And he does it again.
Beautiful. Right off the forehand wing. And you're seeing him get more and more confident on the return. As we talked about early on, not so many return winners, but this one beautifully struck. Right in the corner. There's nothing Carballés Baena can do other than just watch it go by. And sometimes when Tommy Paul starts to hit his stride, you just become a bystander to his beautiful tennis.
Oh, that did not miss by much. Yeah, just a couple millimeters out there. Otherwise, this one probably done and dusted if he grabs that break.
It feels like an absolute must-have game for Carballés Baena.
Tommy wants to look at the call. I don't know if they're going to give him a look at that serve. Joking with Nico Hellworth there. Right back, that backhand line. Pumping well now.
Wow, he did all he could to make him hit one extra shot. Carballés Baena just a little too composed there at the net. I thought Tommy was going to be able to pull this thing out. He does really well up there. Flicks this thing behind Carballés Baena, but just in too good a court positioning.
Two of them here in the game, a total of 9 now for the day.
Another beautiful second serve return there. As I just take a closer look at the Carballés Baena serve, I feel like he's got a lot of tension in the upper body. It doesn't look like he has that sort of relaxed, fluid motion that you see from someone like Tommy Paul, where it seems like he generates a lot of effortless power. Everything looks like it's really forced and hard done by, and you want to see him try and relax a little bit, breathe, let the upper body flow a little bit more.
It's a no-doubter. Tommy Paul to 2-love. Another incredible return to set it up. Cruise control right now.
Well, just too many times Carballés Baena donating points away. A couple double faults. And as we look at the return placement for Carballés Baena, Tommy Paul has been the one who's got a lot better depth on return. If we take a look at the Carballés Baena return placement, only 13% of returns today in that back section of the court. That's really where you want to be aiming your returns and try and neutralize service games and see if you can make your way into the service points of Tommy Paul. Tommy Paul's getting so many looks, almost 87% of chances are short in the court where you're seeing him hit that first ball and transition in the net.
Love 15.
You can see on a point like that why it makes such a difference, right? That ball where Tommy's not able to be offensive on that backhand does just miss that one a bit long. Oh my. Oh my. What was that? Filthy.
Well, a lot of curve on that.
15.
Bend it like Beckham, bend it like Tommy Paul. Is Tommy Paul the tennis David Beckham? I don't know.
As soon as he gets his own documentary on Netflix, then we'll say yes.
Maybe he will soon.
Does that mean Paige Lorenz is the new Posh Spice?
I think that she'd be okay with that comparison.
Yeah, I think she would. Fits the part. We just need a ginger, a baby, sporty, scary.
Is Morgan in there? Morgs?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I think they go their own ways, you know. They're solo artists. We really need to respect that.
Okay, we'll respect the separate groups.
15.
Oh, that ball gets stuck in the net.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just, a couple sets and a break in hand trying to secure himself another sponsor.
Somebody who just bought a new Kia, I firmly believe.
Did you?
That. Yeah.
Kia what?
It's the Sportage Hybrid.
You happy with it?
Very.
I love that.
That's an unpaid ad. No, it's been really good.
40-30.
Well, for Tommy Paul here, really important, especially if he has that blister situation going on his foot, to see if you can get off the court here. You don't want to spend extra time on court, especially in a match where you feel like you have pretty firm control of it. It's all about seeing if you can minimize the court time at this point. Let's get into the locker room here soon.
And that does get us one step closer to that locker room. Paul consolidates the break. Leads 3-love in the third.
Time.
Well, when you find yourself at this much of a score disadvantage, you want to try and find at least some categories where you're having some success. And for Carballés Baena, that would be net points won. He's 14 from 19, which is a really strong conversion percentage. But as you can see, Tommy Paul getting in more than double the amount of times there. So if Carballés Baena wants to see if he can find a way to make some headway, this is an area of the game that he can look to see if he can turn in his favor. I would love to see him try and use the transition here before it's too late.
Just filthy. This is bordering on bullying right now.
Well, he is seeing it like a beach ball right now.
Wait, please.
This is as good as it gets. Looking to put this one completely out of reach, which is something we also said in the first set as well when he raced out to a 2-break 3-love lead.
Well, you just get a sense that the temperament for Carballés Baena is slightly different than it was there, where he was showing a lot more composure and resilience.
Left 40.
Double fault here is the third already of this set.
Oh, he picked the right side. I thought we were about to see something Sports Center like on around the net, around the umpire. Have you ever seen it around the chair umpire's post?
I'm gonna have to think about that.
That could have been the case. This thing gets way outside the court, and Tommy was picking the right side.
I think if the bench hadn't been there,
I mean,
yeah, I mean that's
he was close.
He was close.
30-40.
Third look now here for Tommy Paul.
That's beautiful. That's just beautiful stuff right there.
New
Gets all the way
balls,
in.
please.
We've talked about how he's been so successful. The box loves it. They sense the moment.
4 games to love.
And going back to that 2-all game in the second set, this is now 8 consecutive games from Tommy Paul. He is firmly taking control of this match. And just ahead of that 2-3 service game where we saw him secure the break in the second set, you were telling me, Mike, you could sense the temperament in a change for Carballés Baena. It was just, you could see that stress residing in him. He was starting to get a little bit more animated with the box. A couple of the things that even early on in the match when he was down an early double break, he wasn't showing that animation. And that just goes to show you that what happens in between the points, you can actually pick it up and see it can be foretelling of what's coming. You saw it coming.
And on top of it, it's just that idea of you're having to sustain a level against one of the top players in the world. It's just tough to do over 2, 3, 4 hours. It just doesn't look like he's got that level, and this is why it hasn't had that top 20 win at a Grand Slam in quite some time.
15 left.
4-39 lifetime versus the top 20. Has lost his last 12. 0-2 versus the top 20 here. And again, it's a very good career being in that 50 to 80 range where he's been the majority of his life.
30 left.
But these are the matches that you have to find that way through to get to that seeded place at a Grand Slam.
Well, if he wants to try and get in the top 30 in the world, he's going to have to win a couple of these matches. I mean, you're not going to win them all, but you got to at least make some headway. Tommy Paul racing through this service game.
$40 left.
Does he have a dinner reservation in Nobu? What's going on here?
I mean, this is more like brunch. He's trying to make a brunch reservation.
Oh. $40-15.
At the moment, Ryan, as well, in the live rankings, Tommy sits at number 9. A win today, he does, for the moment, surpass Novak.
Well, I love Novak. He's a great guy. He's been an incredible ambassador for our sport, especially since Roger and Rafa retired. He's done such a good job of flying the tennis flag high and being a great ambassador. With all that being said, I've got him on upset alert tonight.
Really?
I think Machak has got a great chance. He played such good tennis against Taylor Fritz there in the United Cup and was 1 game away. Novak has looked more human in the early stages here of the Australian Open, and I just think it's going to be a tricky matchup tonight.
Game.
Oh, Tommy Paul survives a rare test here in this third set. Push there, but gets it to 5-love. You know, Ryan, listen, I'm a big fan of Mahach myself. However, much like I don't choose to pick against Rafa at the French, I choose not to pick against Novak here.
That's been, I'm very much with you. I don't pick against the greatest. I think that they have a certain level of control and understanding of how to find ugly wins, and they just seem to understand the moment. The reason why I say this is going to be dangerous is because of the belief that Mahach has. He has that confidence where he talks about his game. He feels he belongs. He feels he's a top 10 player. He talks about having no area of his game that he has a lot of self-doubt with. He can handle a big ball. We saw that. Taylor Fritz, one of the biggest ball strikers on tour, and he was able to blunt that blow off the ground and get a lot of returns back in play. It's going to be a battle. I wouldn't say that it's a match that I'm putting firmly in the favor of Mahach, but he's definitely got a chance.
Novak will be in action later. He's getting a decent little warm-up right now, is Novak Djokovic.
He's getting the best warm-up. A warm-up I got many times. Christian Harrison out there warming up. Novak Djokovic here on the outside courts, and very clean ball striker himself. I wish I struck the ball as cleanly as Christian does.
I'm just very happy to see him here. He's had a lot of injury issues over his career. To get here now at this stage is a very, very impressive.
Well, me and my family and Christian, we all appreciate that. Hopefully we can see him making headway in the future.
Carballés Baena serving to stay in it. Love 5.
15 left. Left for serve.
Ryan, I don't mean to bring up losses for you, but what's it like this moment for Carballés Baena?
2 sets of love down and 5 love down?
Yeah, what are those moments like?
Why would you assume I've been there?
Everybody's been there. Every single player has been there once, right?
But at 5-0?
Okay, all right, say it's 5-1, okay? 5-2.
Well, to quote one of my favorite press conferences of all time, when Andy Roddick went into the press conference and they said, "Did you think about your adjustments today playing against Roger Federer here in the Australian Open semifinals?" I think it was 2004. And he goes, "No, we didn't really discuss what to do if you're down 6-2, 6-0, 4-0. And then long pause followed by a whoops. And maybe that's where Carballés Baena is looking at his coach going, "Hey, we didn't discuss this situation.
Yeah, right.
This is on you."
It's always that difficult decision. Do you want to just kind of rush through a game like this and get off the court, or maybe kind of represent yourself well in the last moments?
Oh, just so good composed. Finds himself a double match point. And, you know, to answer your question briefly here before we get to match point, I think it's about what you see yourself as. Is not a guy who quits and not a guy who gives in. Regardless of the result today, you just don't want to see yourself as a guy who throws in the towel. And even if it doesn't come out as a win today, you just want to see yourself as that never say die resilient competitor.
An incredible finish for Tommy Paul, return winner,
6-2, 6-love.
as he takes the last 10 games of this match and into the 4th round in 3 over Carballés Baena.
Well, such beautiful tennis there. Finding his best stuff in the last 2 sets, as you talked about. 10 straight games to run away with this match. It was not easy there early on. 3-0 up double break, and then all the way back. He was in some danger there in the first set with his serve at 5-6 deuce and had to produce his best tennis there. And from the first set tiebreaker, where he ran away with it 7-0 all the way through the end of the match, it was a world-class performance from Tommy Paul. He's into the second week.
Yeah, and the return component for him, always good, something we talked about at the outset. But his ability to just, again, take it to that extra level from that 2-all point, and the return winners all came after that. Just really applied that pressure, and it really started from the jump, right? The ability to control things on Carballés Baena's second serve.
Well, the thing that was impressive as we see Carballés Baena make his way off the court, the crowd will appreciate the resilience he showed for most of the first set and a half. He was a really tough competitor. He wears that Spanish flag on his chest, very, very heavy, and does a great job. It's a match for Tommy Paul, as we see he's making his way out to the on-court interview, and he'll be happy with the way he finished up that match, playing his best stuff toward the end.
So Tommy Paul through to the 4th round. Let's hear for our winner.
Well, Tommy, congratulations. I think I can speak on behalf of everyone here inside John Cain Arena when I say that was a thoroughly impressive performance. So well done. How would you assess the match?
Yeah, I mean, I came out playing some of my best tennis. He matched it there late in the first set and turned into a battle, and then yeah, I feel like as the match got on, I started swinging more and more free and started playing better and better tennis.
We love watching you play because you play so aggressive. You take the game on. Do you think that's a reason as to why you've had so much success on these fast, hard courts here in Australia?
Yeah, I mean, I love the courts here. That's definitely the game plan coming in for most of my matches. Try and get to the net, try and play aggressive, and today it worked out. So, yeah, I was happy with how I played, and I always love playing in front of you guys. I've never played on this court before, so it's good to start with a win on this court.
You're one of the fastest players on tour. So hypothetical coming up. If we were to organise a 100-metre sprint race between yourself, Carlos Alcaraz, Alex de Minaur, and Gael Monfils, who would win gold, silver, and bronze? Now, don't be too humble here, Tommy. We reckon you'll be a go, okay? Start off with bronze.
I'm going, bronze? Demon?
Demon for bronze, okay. Not a very popular answer.
I mean, it's better than fourth. I put myself fourth. And then I'll put Carlos silver, and then prime Monfils at gold.
Gael Monfils for the gold medal. Well, there you go. What time do you reckon Gael Monfils would do that 100-metre sprint in?
Oh, I don't know track stuff. I have no idea what time.
The world record is 9.58 seconds.
Yeah, probably 9.4.
9.4. There you go. Tommy, thanks very much for joining us here once again, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you, guys.
I think he was being very friendly there. I actually put him second there, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of speed. And, look, I was quick myself. I could have run a 9.4 50-yard dash.
There you go.
But, Tommy Paul knows how to connect with the crowd. Maybe could have put Demon in, silver position and get a little bit more,
yes.
A little bit more crowd love. He's wearing the Aussie colors. He's over there right now throwing some fan towels out. But the people love to see Tommy Paul here. Yes. They appreciate the way he plays, the charisma that he has. He's got that extremely high-level top potential. He's a former semifinalist, and he's not somebody that if he's producing that sort of tennis out there that anyone is going to want to see in their section of the draw.
Yeah, and most importantly for him, just the ability to get through quickly today, Ryan, after a tough 5-setter in the opener, 4 sets with Nishikori, to be able to move through in very short order, 2 hours and 23 minutes after a long first set there too. Just really important for him.
Well, it didn't look like it was going to be in short order. An hour and 10 minutes in the first set, and barely almost the exact same amount of time for the remainder of the match. As we look at the stats here today, we talked about it throughout the match. The second serve points won for Carballés Baena, just not good enough. But let's look at the winners to unforced errors count off the racket of Tommy Paul. 56 winners in 3 sets to only 29 unforced errors. That is a beautiful stat. As you talked about the sprints, 33 sprints there. That's a lot. You had Carballés Baena moving quite a bit there, and then 28 unforced errors as opposed to only 19 winners, -9 on the count there. As we take a look ahead of the draw and what Tommy Paul's got to look forward to, Mensik had a huge upset win, a top 10 win there over, I think it was Casper Ruud in the second round. Davidovich Fokina has a former top 20 player himself, but Tommy Paul with no remaining seed in that section to try and make his way to the quarterfinals. Alex Zverev up to number 2 in the world, looming in that section. Tommy Paul will be happy to have a day off to watch these next couple matches.
Yeah, Zverev is up a set right now on Jake Fernley. But it is Tommy Paul who is moving on in very impressive fashion here at John Cain Arena.
thank our cardio tennis participants and their coaches as they leave Cain Arena. Ready to hit different? Learn more on the cardio streams and look into your free trial at cardiotennis.com.au at our participating tennis club near you today. Well done, everyone.
History, 140 years. The visible history, 186 years. The tasteless history, 452 years. National Summer, 1573.
Hot dog!
Champions come and go. Or so we thought, until Serena. The new champion of Australia at the Daphne Achurst Cup held aloft. And a trio of Euro superhumans took over the sport for 2 decades. 5 hours and 53 minutes. Novak Djokovic is the champion in Melbourne. The fashion, the fight, the focus. Year after year after year. And didn't we? My home slam. A Bali party. Ash Barty is the Australian Open champion. Amazing scenes. The Happy Slam. It's a festival, a place where Novak holds court. This 10th title in Melbourne. Rod Laver champions a new arena. Aryna Sabalenka has done it in style. And another redhead. And a simply sensational way to win the Australian Open. Now there's a new cohort. It's their time.
Hello, good evening and welcome into Cain Arena here for the Australian Open.
His maiden major happens in Melbourne.
Everything is possible, nothing is over until the umpire says game 7 match.
Were Norman and Daphne. Since the mid-30s, their names have been etched on the trophies. Fred Perry got his hands on Norman as did the original slacker, Donald Budge. Then life got in the way. A wartime hiatus interrupting the John Bromwich reign. The 50s was a golden era of the local. The Barton Party, the festival, the crowning of a king.
His 10th title in Melbourne.
Today, Rod Laver champions a new arena.
Aryna Sabalenka has done it in style.
And another redhead.
And a simply sensational rally to win the Australian Open.
Now there's a new cohort. And it's their time.
All ancestors, elders and communities across this nation and neighbouring islands. Jakarta, Dubai, Yemen and Tibet. Welcome to the traditional lands of the Wurundjeri people.
A very warm welcome back to Melbourne Park for some more round 3 action here on Cain Arena. And it's the battle of the comeback queens as 4-time Grand Slam champion Naomi Osaka takes on Olympic gold medalist Belinda Bencic. And she's hasn't been back for a great deal of time. Made her return back in October of last year after giving birth to a little girl called Bella back in April. Now, I'm Pippa Horn, delighted to be joined by Grand Slam champion Liz Smiley.
Looking forward to this, Pippa. It should be good. Not only are there 2 comeback queens, but their mums. There's 6 mums in the draw over the singles and the doubles this year at the AO. So it's nice now that ladies can feel like they can go off, they have a career, they can go off and have a baby and come back and just continue on where they left off.
Absolutely, 2 women who really are pushing the boundaries of what's possible in tennis, following the footsteps the likes of Tatiana Maria, Alina Svitolina, Vika Azarenka, to name a few. Both these players on court today, Bencic and Osaka, having given birth to young daughters in the past couple of years. And look at this beautiful Melbourne precinct. Cain Arena is the court, the battleground for today's matchup. And it will, I imagine, start to get a little more full. About half of this court at the moment is shaded.
Covered Naomi Osaka's last match, which was played on Kia against Mukova, and it was just standing room only on that court. Not yesterday, but the day before. And I'm sure Cain Arena is going to be pretty close to full.
Well, she's had some good wins. Naomi Osaka, her first against Caroline Garcia, and her second, as you mentioned, against Karolina Muchova. Both of those matches were 3 sets. Bencic has had some good wins herself, so let's get the players out.
Round 3 women's singles action. Please welcome from Switzerland, Belinda Bencic.
A former teenage prodigy, and she burst onto the scene, winning her first title at just 18 years old, before going on to reach the semi-finals of the US Open and win an Olympic gold medal.
And from Japan, please welcome Naomi Osaka.
Well, I don't need to say too much about this young woman. She's already lifted the Australian Open trophy on 2 occasions. She's reached the very peak of the women's game, claimed that world #1 rankings position in 2019. But since returning from maternity leave, it has been a bit of an uphill battle for Naomi Osaka. Has she turned a corner though? Because, well, she's played some pretty good tennis here in Melbourne Park over the past few days. And she also enjoyed a run to the finals in Auckland. So her 2025 season has been looking a whole lot better.
I think you've got to be a little bit patient with yourself too. I think when Osaka first came back, and you know, maybe everyone expected her to win immediately, but I think she was a little bit smarter than that. She knew that, you know, you don't spend a year out of the game without sort of taking a couple of steps back, obviously for very good reasons, but it takes a while to catch up. And I agree, Pippa. I think what I saw the other day, how she finished that match against Mukova, was just very, very good.
Baena, this is Mia, our contestant. Naomi, this is Mia. You can wave, you can wave. Yeah. You can come next to me, Mia. Ladies, right after the coin toss, you take a picture of Mia facing this side, okay? Couple reminders for this match. You get some towel boxes on each corner of the court. Naomi, could you please use the blue one? The one with the blue sticker, the one with the red sticker for you, okay? The ball kids are not allowed to bring you the towel, so you need to go by yourself, okay? I'm the one starting the clock and also the one calling the net, okay? We have a live VLC, so it's making all the calls with the foot fault included, okay? And if we reach 6 games all in the final set, then we play a 10 points tiebreak, okay? Do you have any questions maybe? Nothing? Mia, she chose Naomi for the coin toss. You got Ayo or 14. Yes, you can. Which one you want? AO, please. You can, yeah, you can flip the coin. Perfect. John Newcomb. Oh, this is John Newcomb. You want the toss. Receive. Yeah, perfect. Picture this side, please. The best smile.
Well, that's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these young
Have a good match.
hot shots kids. And a really sweet interaction. So conditions, well, it is a little bit windier than it looks, Liz. I was commentating on a match earlier today, sitting courtside, and you really get an idea of just how gusty it is on court. But this arena, John Cain, it's more sheltered than the rest.
It is more sheltered on the sides, and of course we've got the roof overhead. The roof is open right now, but it is, you get that feeling of just being sunk. So, you know, the wind doesn't quite swirl around on this court like it does on the outside courts. Perfect conditions.
It is, and importantly, the sun is shining. So here's a look at Belinda Bencic, 27 years old. She has 8 singles titles and turned pro. It feels like she's been on tour forever. Turned pro in 2012, and she won her first title in Eastbourne, aged just 18 years old. So she really broke onto the tour at such a young age, and then made her first Grand Slam final, quarterfinal rather, as a teenager as well.
And of course, didn't play any of the majors last year. Did a good job the year before, getting to 4th round here in Australia, the 4th round at Wimbledon, 4th round of the US Open.
And her big highlight, I suppose, the tournament that she puts at the very top of everything else, that Olympic gold medal. And when she won that, you could just see how much it meant to her to bring home that gold medal to Switzerland. That really was the highlights of her career. Alongside, of course, a run to the semi-finals at the US Open, reached a career high ranking of world number 4. And her opponent, well, you can't really beat her credentials. 4 Grand Slam titles for Naomi Osaka, and still only 27 years of age. She's a little bit lower at the moment, of course, rankings-wise, because she's still very much trying to climb back up to where she was before having given birth.
And those 2 major wins here, there's the head-to-head. Bencic leads that series 3-2. Their last meeting was in Miami on a hard court. Osaka won that in 3 straight sets. But the 2 majors here, 2019, 2022, and at the US Open in 2020 and 2018 for Osaka. Slim pickings last year, Osaka in the majors. 3 second rounds and a first round here at the Australian Open against Garcia.
Well, bright blue sky. It's the weather conditions today, around 20 degrees Celsius. No rain forecast, importantly. And we talked about the shelter that this specific court provides from the slightly gusty conditions. So that's going to be less impactful for both of these players. They're also, Liz, the same age. So they would have come through juniors together. They're going to be really familiar with each other's games. And they've played on 5 occasions. It's very similar circumstances for both, isn't it? I mean, they're going to know each other's games inside and out.
Seconds.
And the fact that they've, you know, both gone off and had a baby and come back. Yes, the parallels are quite extraordinary with these 2 ladies. Leading up to this Australian Open, as you mentioned, Osaka played in Auckland and had to withdraw in the final after she'd won the first set. Belinda Bencic, she played United Cup and she went to Adelaide. She got a wild card into the qualifying there because the cutoff for the main draw was so high. She won through 2 matches of qualifying and then beat Callum Skyer in the first round losing to Samsonova in the second. It's all about matches at this time of the year. The Australian Open creeps up pretty quickly, and you want matches under your belt. And these ladies, both playing lead-ups coming into here.
I was listening to an interview, Belinda Bencic speaking, and she said playing tennis for her is like riding a bike. You don't lose that tennis level, even taking all the months away from the game that she did. She felt that she could go back on court, and it all still felt very natural to her. But the challenge is the movement and the fitness levels and the agility and how you're able to repeat and recover time and time again. So that's the big question for Belinda Bencic. 2 good wins for her against Jelena Ostapenko and Suzanne Lamens. Let's see what she's got in round 3.
Ready, play. Oh.
I think also you have to remember, you know, both these ladies, they're athletes, and you know that's a part of you, isn't it? And when you're off the tour and you miss the competition and you miss the winning and you miss that whole atmosphere of competitive sport.
15 all.
Well, both have had that change in perspective as well, and they've been very open about that. Bencic saying that the pressure has now diminished because there's something more important in her life.
30-15.
Well, you can't have a child without your perspective changing, regardless of what you did before, whether you're a professional athlete or not.
$40-15.
Oh.
Out. 40-30.
Oh.
That's going to be a trademark return of serve. Likes to take the ball very early, Belinda Bencic. Always has done, ever since her junior days. Nicely struck.
Advantage Bencic.
Oh.
Well, that sends a very, very strong message.
First game.
Down the other side of the net, a first break of serve for Bencic. Quick out of the blocks for the Swiss player.
They were all off second serves, weren't they, from Osaka, and that's going to be an area that she's really going to have to improve as this match goes along.
And that's something that she improved in her previous match, wasn't it, against Mukova? That first serve percentage.
Mukova, she went off just a little bit, though, a set and a half into that match, and Osaka really didn't start out the match playing very well, but by the end of the match, You know, she took the invitation offered by Mukova and ended up playing
Melina
exceptionally
Bencic
well.
to serve. Love 15.
Oh, that's a trademark Bencic backhand, the one that she almost steps in off her left foot. Don't see that backhand too often.
Third and C15.
And she's a master at taking time away from her opponent.
Fold C15.
And it's not always done through power. Sometimes it's precision and accuracy.
Fold T30.
With two reasonably similar game styles, isn't it? Both trying to dictate, get the first strike on the ball. Oh, so quick up to those shorter balls, Bencic.
One of the reasons why she's so quick up to
Bencic.
the shorter ball is because she's standing on the baseline or inside the baseline. So, of course, she doesn't have as far to travel as if she was, you know, a metre behind the baseline. Always looking for the opportunity to move forward.
That is very much modelled on that of Martina Hingis. She actually spent some time working with her mum back in her junior days, and it's the way that she's always played. Likes to hug the baseline. Has always been very sure of her game style and what she can bring to the court. My goodness.
Advantage, Osaka.
was waiting for that one, wasn't she, Osaka? And Bencic can get that ball toss a little bit out to the right. And when that happens, the natural serve is to serve that one wide.
An immediate break back. That's so often the case in tennis, isn't it? You do the hard work, but not necessarily a let-up there on the part of Bencic. Some good power behind the return from Osaka. The point very much set up off the back of a superb first serve.
See Osaka missing on that forehand. When the sun comes from the shade into the sun, when the ball comes, through that area of the court, it won't be long before the complete court is covered in shade. Can be a bit of an adjustment period for the players.
30-15.
It was the forehand side, in fact, in the last round that Osaka really had a lot of problems with out on Kia Arena, and it took her a long time to find that shot. It was the backhand that kept her in the match.
A collection of fantastic first serves, almost as if she heard you, Liz, talking about the importance of the first serve. That one she took a little bit of pace off.
Game Osaka.
Oh, what a service game. It's two games in a row for Naomi Osaka. And she has a 2-1 lead. Oh, a pretty solid start from both players. Bencic very quick out of the blocks, but Osaka finding answers with some big first serves in the previous game.
We talk about these ladies' careers, and Bencic is just, she hasn't quite got a major championship. Osaka's got 4, and they know the importance of these major tournaments when they come back and play. Bencic has 12 tournaments at a maternity ranking, and so you want to make the very most of those tournaments. And the Grand Slams have so many points in relation to normal tour events, so this is a big match for both these ladies in relation to their comeback.
Time.
Music blasting here on John Cain Arena. Energy is rising. And more fans trickling in. Osaka always has such a huge fan base. She's a fan favorite.
You need to make sure you sat in the right seat. If you were those fans, wouldn't you? You wouldn't want to get your letters mixed.
Thank you for the music, thank you.
So on serve in the early stages, 2-1.
Love 15.
A little bit too central there from Bencic. Osaka so good at dominating that middle section of the court. Isn't it? The way that she just almost walks through that forehand. There's Team Bencic, Ian Hughes on the right, who she's currently working with, former coach of Aryna Sabalenka.
Enough with the approach for Bencic.
15-14.
Can't give this lady too many bites at the cherry, can you? Patrick Mouratoglou, that gentleman on the left.
Looks like you need to put some sun cream on, maybe.
Third and T14.
Give her an inch and she'll take a mile. It's a break of serve for Naomi Osaka. 4 games played, 3 of them have been breaks of serve. And she really is going to capitalize on these slightly slower second serves. That's why the first serve percentage needs to be well above 70.
Had plenty of time to set there, Osaka.
Out.
$15.
Oh, that's the job well done.
30 love.
Out.
She has to take those opportunities when she gets them, Bencic.
30-15.
Particularly, you know where that serve's going. Once again, the ball tosses out to the right. Bencic actually could have easily hit that on the forehand, but you know she decided to hit it on her most favoured side, which was the backhand.
40-15. Cain, Osaka.
Well, it's been
Osaka
an
leads 4
almost
games to 1.
flawless start for Naomi Osaka. Very quick out of the blocks. 20 minutes on the clock. And she has a 4-1 lead. So we've got Baena courtside here on John Cain Arena. Baena, tell us about the conditions down there. What's it looking like?
Well, the wind has certainly died down. I know you and I both did a match earlier on Kia Arena, and it was gusty and really tough conditions for the players. But tonight, as you touched on earlier, it is a lot more sheltered here on John Cain Arena. So there's not a lot of breeze. It's actually quite perfect. So, you know, it's more about that first strike tennis, isn't it? Who can get that serve return going and dictate immediately. And so far, it's Naomi doing a really good job tonight.
So the Naomi Osaka show continues here on John Cain Arena. It's a very loud John Cain Arena as well. Music blaring. Vibes are high.
Out.
Even though it was missed, you get a sense of how much confidence Osaka is playing with at the moment, just in her attempts to go for shots like that.
Osaka working well there. She was pushed behind the baseline, getting the thumbs up for the hard work.
Previously coached by Wim Fizet, who now, of course, works with Iga Swiatek, made the change to Patrick Mouratoglou back in September of last season. Another blistering backhand.
15-30.
Taking every single opportunity she can get at the moment and capitalizing on all of them.
30. Faulty 50.
Good holds there from Bencic, and that was an important game. It sounds so obvious, but there's such a big difference between 4-2 and 5-1, especially when you can't really get yourself into the match.
And it was 15-30 there, wasn't it? So just an exceptional hold. Really just needs to stay within striking distance here, Bencic.
Fault. Laver 15.
Actually worked with Ian Hughes previously in her career, Bencic. He's very familiar with how she works and
15 all.
how she likes to play.
Had to be a little bit careful there, didn't she, Belinda? Wanted to make sure that the ball came over the net
30.
before she tried to make contact with it. Yeah, both these girls, you know, you talk about coaches, you know, coaching them earlier in their careers and then still coaching them now. They both play a simple kind of tennis, don't they? It's just a big serve, big hitting. Not too many variations in tactics.
Let the serve.
And whoever executes better on the day is going to be the winner.
Yeah.
Fault.
That's a great example. I think one area that Bencic really excels in is her timing on the ball. She has exquisite timing, and as a result of that, she's able to soak up pace. She's able to change direction from the cross court to the down the line.
And part of that timing too comes from anticipation and knowing
30-40.
what shots your opponent likes to hit. Remember, these two ladies have played each other on 5 previous occasions, so they know each other's games well.
Deuce.
Now 2 break points saved by Osaka.
Almost with her fastest serve of the match.
And it's the serve, once again, getting her out of trouble. We've seen a big improvement in her serve today compared with her previous round against Mukova, particularly in that first set. She did get better, as you mentioned.
Osaka.
Well, that was a very crucial hold. And they know just how
Osaka
important
leads
it was.
5 games
Saved
to
2
2.
break points. And now finds herself just 1 game away from the opening set. 5-2. Oh, this has been really impressive stuff so far from Naomi Osaka. She's a double champion here in Melbourne Park. She likes the courts. We know that she enjoys playing on hard courts, but this has been a superb start from her.
It's no surprise that, you know, players like going back to places that they've won at and done well before. And Osaka has talked about that, how, of course, Melbourne is one of her very favourite cities in all of the world, and why not? When you've won twice here, brings back good memories. And those memories, when you haven't been playing a lot, they're really, really important. All the great matches she's played here, the tight situations she's got out of, and found a way to win.
So a confident start by Japan's Naomi Osaka. Break of serve.
New balls. $15.
Gets good variety on that first serve. Bencic is not always trying to hit them as hard as she possibly can. Takes some pace off, goes for the slice.
Oh. That's it. $30-15. $40-15. Oh. Game Bencic.
That's a clever serve.
Osaka leads 5 games to 3.
Sometimes those body serves are hard to return. Don't quite have enough space, especially Osaka. She has quite big swings off both wings.
You just have to abbreviate the swing, but the difficulty is on that serve is it chases you, doesn't it? And if it's got spin on it, it just follows you to your body. So you really have to give yourself room intentionally by moving your feet, getting out of the way. That's good pace off the ground from Osaka.
She really has served well tonight, hasn't she? Especially getting a lot of free points when that first serve goes in. That first strike tennis, it's really important that Osaka continues to use that first serve effectively.
Third love.
Oh, look at that return position from Bencic, well inside the baseline.
15.
Now that decision making was a slight Achilles heel, particularly on that backhand side against Mukova. Just perhaps Liz being a little bit ambitious when she's looking to change direction from the cross court to the down the line.
Well, that ball was too hard to do it off. You know, Bencic really crushed that backhand return. So you just got to take your medicine a little bit there if you're Osaka and say, okay, but you can't hit an aggressive shot back. Oh, it's dropped in.
30-40.
Osaka can't believe it.
So here's a break back opportunity. Very solid from Belinda Bencic.
Osaka leads 5-4.
A crucial break of serve. And now we're back on serve, 5-4.
Naomi, please. Time.
Well, this is getting exciting here on Cain Arena. The battle of the mothers, the comeback queens. Both of these players on a quest to rise back up the rankings to where they rightfully belong after giving birth to both young girls.
This is the speed of the Osaka ball off the ground now, but interesting enough, in that last game, it was Bencic's speed off the backhand in particular that got Osaka into trouble. We saw Naomi Osaka just absolutely throw her water bottle down on that change of end in disgust of losing that last service game.
The slice serve, once again being used to Bencic's advantage.
It's the preferred type of serve for both these ladies, in fact.
And Liz, is that because Bencic's toss is just, it's quite far in front and it's a little bit to her right, so it's probably an easier serve for her to hit. Would you agree?
Osaka falls into the same category.
Yeah. And that's not a shot that Osaka tends to hit particularly often. Not a particularly well-practiced shot, I would say.
And not the right position to hit it from. She was behind the baseline, so you give your opponent plenty of time to run it down, don't you? Good struggle, though, for Bencic. She was on the full stretch to get that return back.
2 games in a row for Bencic.
She's just lost her way here a little bit, hasn't she? Naomi Osaka in the last couple of games, after just hasn't quite got over the disappointment of holding serve to serve out the set. And the annoyance with herself.
Yeah, unforced errors rising.
The body language very different in the last 2 games than what it had been up until that point.
15-30.
Just looks like she's rolling her arm over here, Osaka, on the serve. There's no pushing up and racket head speed and like that.
Yeah.
Something's not right here.
And visibly emotional now, Osaka.
We believe the trainer has been called. We're not 100% sure, but she played in Auckland, didn't she? She had to withdraw out of the final. She only played 1 set in that final, which she won. Couldn't continue with the back issue.
Well, she had a decent word to her team on that before that last change of ends. Clearly something is going on. To me, it looks like her wrist. She's just not able to snap over the ball, but I think time will tell.
Yes.
Doing what she can with the resources that she has at the moment, Osaka.
Osaka.
Now just about manages to hold serve, but
Osaka leads
still
6
something
games
not
to
quite
5.
right with the 4-time Grand Slam champion. Trainer being called to the court. Let's see what the issue is. 6-5. So it looks like the issue with Osaka here is ab-related, and that's why it seems to be affecting her serve and not really her ground strokes. And she pulled out of New Zealand with an abdominal issue as well, looking visibly upset and frustrated.
Why she can't get any extension up into the ball with the serve, and it was just literally just standing there and just using the arm.
And she's got strapping on it as well. I don't quite know whether that was strapping or maybe a heat pack of some sort.
No, I think you're right in the first place, Pepper. I think it's strapping.
So it's clearly a pre-existing issue. And she really didn't seem to have issues on the serve when she started this match. It came on very suddenly, but
when she lost the game, where she was serving for the set to go 5-4, then of course she wasn't serving in that next game, was she? It was just the next one after.
Oh, she's still up in this set. She has a 6-5 lead. It's on serve. She doesn't need to panic, but of course it is just so demoralizing when you start to feel these niggles, especially for someone who's been so injury prone over the last few years.
And keep in mind too, Belinda Bencic, she's paying attention to what's happening down the other end of the court. She's aware that Osaka has an issue. Got to put that to your back of the mind, of course. Oh, that's good work from Bencic. Pulled way beyond the baseline.
15 of.
Good anticipation. Staying in the point however she could.
There's just such a reluctance from Bencic to even retreat a little bit behind the baseline. She's really hugging that baseline position. Second unsuccessful drop shot attempt.
Faulty love.
And I mean, that's not a terrible decision, given Bencic was really far behind the baseline, but just badly executed.
Well, it's poor shot selection. It's wanting to win the point too quickly from Osaka.
That's a confidence boost for Bencic. Seamless and simple.
6 games all, tiebreak.
Some positive words there from Ian Hughes. Not so positive is this discussion, I imagine.
Gee, those last couple of points, they just looked really, really uncomfortable for Naomi, didn't they? You know, it's not just the serve that this stomach is going to affect her on. It's anything that she has to be pulled wide on either side. Anything that stretches that stomach muscle to make it uncomfortable is going to hurt.
And coaches for the first year now have their own on-court coaching boxes, which means they can have a constant dialogue with their players.
I was just talking to a coach, Patrick, saying, well, if I win this match, I have a day and a half to recover. And it almost seemed like she was just trying to decide with Patrick as to what to do. I almost felt like Patrick was saying, look, it might not be worth it to continue if that ab strain's really bothering you.
You do need to be careful with ab strains. They can linger around for quite some time, and if you do have an injured abdominal muscle, then it affects all of your shots. It's not just your serve, it's her movement here, it's her agility, the way she's able to rotate off the ground. That's a smart way to approach things.
Osaka.
Just try and
Ladies and gentlemen,
finish the
for the
point
comfort of both players, please do not make any out call. Thank you.
as quickly as you can. And Bencic remains focused, eyes on the prize.
2-all.
I mean, talk about recovering from an ab strain in a day and a half. Is that physically possible, Liz?
Well, it depends how much damage, if she continues on in this match, and how much worse it gets. Lots of ifs and buts, isn't there?
Yeah.
3-2, Bencic.
Even to be considering talking about recovering from this match, thinking that, you know, if she wins it, but she's a long way from that at this point.
We're seeing lots of change of directions on the Osaka backhand from the cross court to the down the line. And I wonder, Liz, do you think that's with a view to just getting it on the Bencic forehand? Or away from the backhand, I should say. That's her stronger wing.
Of course, as an athlete, you know, you don't want to put your body in any kind of position where it goes beyond the point of just having a niggle to something a lot worse. And you know, that's the type of thing that Naomi Osaka needs to sort of weigh up here, doesn't she?
To Bencic.
Drops in.
5-3, Bencic. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, just shy of the 1 hour mark. And it's a trio of set points for Belinda Bencic. Well, it was very much a game of cat and mouse, but Bencic just about gets the edge in this opening set. Helped very much by what looks to be a slightly injured Osaka. 7-6.
She looks like she's not sure if she can continue. You know, should I continue? She's looking over at Patrick and yeah, really disappointing for Osaka, and she has had a history of abdominal injuries, so that probably makes it even more frustrating, knowing that it might well be a recurring injury. 2019 to 2021, she experienced some recurring ab issues. Liz, what did you make of set one? 21 winners compared to 12, but you know, sort of the numbers can be pushed to the side for a minute, can't they? Osaka on the second serve points won pretty low.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to injury,
oh goodness me,
Naomi Osaka is due to retire. Bencic wins 7-6
with Naomi Osaka to leave John Cain Arena.
Well, this is not how we wanted this match to end. It was a really competitive first set of tennis. Osaka playing some superb stuff, but clearly hampered by an ab injury. She will be back though. She's very much on the right path. And we will see her back where she rightfully belongs. It's disappointment for Naomi Osaka. And they love her here. She has so many fans around the globe. But I mean, let's talk about this young woman, because there was some superb stuff from her as well. And bearing in mind, she only returned to the court in October of last year. She's competing at this level. She's in the 4th round of a Grand Slam for the first time since giving birth.
Yeah, she had a great year in 2023, getting to the 4th round of 3 of the 4 majors, and then, of course, went away, had a baby, and it's so great to see Belinda Bencic back, and I'm sure she's got some words about what she thinks this match, how it unfolded.
Belinda, congratulations, but also unfortunate circumstances for Naomi. For you, though, you move into the 4th round of the Australian Open. You must be pretty delighted to be moving into the 2nd week.
Yeah, for sure I will be at this moment. I just really feel for Naomi, of course. You know, I saw her struggling a little bit in the end of the set, and obviously it's not the way you would like this match to end. I thought it was getting as a good match, so hopefully she'll be fine soon and she can play well for the rest of the season.
You've met Naomi, You've met Naomi on 5 previous occasions. The last match you played was in 2022. How do you approach this match knowing it's not going to be an easy one? You've played Naomi a number of times. What was the goal tonight for you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, I know her well. You know, I played her a couple of times and also watch her on TV quite a bit. So you know how to go into this match, how to prepare. I felt like she started a little bit better than me, but I found my rhythm a little bit again. And, you know, in the end, I just tried to, you know, be solid and see what's going on and try to focus on myself. But, yeah, I think I have things to improve, but I'm happy with the way I'm playing right now.
Now, do you look ahead in the draw? Do you know who you play the winner of?
I don't.
Do you want me to tell you?
I don't mind.
So you play the winner of Leylah Fernandez or Coco Gauff. They play in about 45 minutes. Will you take the time to watch that one?
Yeah, I mean, I'll watch a bit if I can, but I think I'll do my cool down and kind of focus on my recovery and try to be with my family later. And I think my coach will watch the match, and I know both players as well.
Well, you're enjoying your time here in Melbourne. You have the day off tomorrow. What's the experience with your family? Will you go to the zoo? You've already been to the aquarium.
Yeah, it's been really nice. You know, I've been enjoying my time off court in a little different way. I'm enjoying it much, much more. So it's super nice to be in Australia. First time, you know, as a family. And obviously I wanted to thank everyone for watching. I really love this court. You know, I love the vibes of this court. It's like music, it's loud. It's, you know, the Aussies play here. It's a party court. So it was nice to play here, and I'm looking forward for my next round.
We can't wait to see you play again. Thanks a lot for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, Belinda Bencic.
Well, it isn't how she would have liked to win that match, but nonetheless, she progresses through to round 4, in which either Coco Gauff or Leylah Fernandez awaits, and they play their match on Margaret Court Arena starting at 7 p.m. So whoever it is, it's going to be a real litmus test for Belinda Bencic, who at times throughout that match was really showing what she's capable of, and how sweet. Get well soon, Naomi. She really is a lovely person, Belinda, isn't she?
That's the first thing she said, wasn't it? I really feel for Naomi. No one wants to win a match in a walkover as this, but I'm sure Naomi will go away and she'll recover and she'll be back. First serve's in. Well, Bencic said she got better as the match went along, and second serve points won. That's a little bit low, isn't it, from Osaka? But I think the last couple of games of that set was an indication with the stomach muscle that really there was no, it was just too difficult on the serve for Osaka. And the unforced errors also coming her way.
So here's a look at this section of the draw. As I mentioned, Gauff or Fernandez in the next round. Also lurking in this section of the draw, Paula Badosa, and she got through a thrilling 3-set match, 6-3 in the third, knocking out Marta Kostyuk. That was early on today. But there's a big name here, number 1 seed, Aryna Sabalenka. So she's going to be a threat to anyone in this section of the draw. And it wasn't how she wanted to win this match, but nonetheless she is through to round 4 for the first time since giving birth to her young daughter. That's all we've got time for, I'm afraid. Next up on this court, Ugo Humbert, 14th seed against fellow Frenchman Arthur Fils.
From Ukraine, Mata Kostyuk.
that's
Good evening. Welcome to Jack Cain. If you have just arrived, Adrian Franklin is my name. I am your night session MC. It's great to have you here. I have 3 tennis balls and I'm going to play a little bit of the game from up in the crowd and just get you a bit energized. The 3 French players are on their way. So let's have a good fun. Come with me. We're going to start by...
Hello out there. You all well? What a beautiful evening it is to be here at Melbourne Park. So, what we're going to do, who's been here? Hey, on the count of 3, if you've been here for a night session at John Cain, put your hand up. 1, 2, 3. Oh, quite a few of you. So you've probably seen me do this before. Part of me likes when you haven't been here, because then you're like, oh, this guy's all fun and stuff. I kind of do the same thing every night, but it's fun. So, on the count of 3, we want you to make some noise, okay? Yeah? Up here. 1, 2, 3. Make some noise. Not bad, not bad. Probably turn the mic down a little bit. We'll turn the mic down just a touch, I reckon. That'll be perfect. Hello, up there. Can you see me, friends? Yes. So you've got to try and be louder than them, okay? So on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Who was louder, do you think? That side? Or that? Yeah, was that? You're like, definitely that side. Definitely. Next time. Okay, who wants a tennis ball? I like to throw it really high in the air. You want to try and trap the tennis ball? Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. It's not even going to go. Oh my God, I have never done that before. 1, 2, 3. Hello friends up there, you got me. On the count of 3, make some noise. 1, 2, 3. Not bad. 1, 2, 3. Who was louder over there? Who wants a ball? And just here, have a ball. Okay, the players have just arrived. I've got to go and bring them on. Off I go. We don't necessarily get to chase me.
Hello tennis lovers, join Edmonds as we welcome the world's best players to centre court and get ready for world-class tennis action.
Round 3 men's singles action. Please welcome to John Cain Arena from France, Arta Fields. please welcome his opponent from France, Ugo Humbert.
It is an all-French encounter on a Friday night in Melbourne. As the world number 14, Ugo Humbert, takes on Fils, the world number 21, the 20-year-old, one of the real rising stars of the men's game. These two have met plenty of times before. Humbert with the head-to-head, but Fils having a win in their last encounter, and that was last year on a hard court. Plenty to look forward to. Good crowd in. Another record attendance at the Australian Open in day number 6. And this promises to be a very interesting encounter. They know each other so well. And a real opportunity for both of them push through to the 4th round of the Australian Open for 2025. It's been a wonderful day weather-wise. It's going to continue into the evening. Temperatures rising ever so slightly over the weekend. It's going to be nice and fine around the 30-degree mark Celsius for both days. Players out on courts.
Okay, gentlemen, like usual, regular change over time. The third clock on the side banner, so it's in all 4 corners, okay? And the towel boxes, the blue, and red for you, okay? Red. And live ELC, including football. And we have video VAR, video reviews. So video reviews as well, 3 per set and 1 extra. Any questions? No? Gina, please, can we ask Arthur? I show you. John Newcomb or AO?
AO, please.
Okay, AO. AO, then a photo together. Turn around like this. Photo the other side, yeah. Ah, good flip. AO, please. Serve? Okay, so turn around.
He's winning the toss.
This side, and nice.
And we'll serve
Thank
first.
you.
That was an excellent toss of the coin. Very nice elevation, good spin, and a good moment for that young hot shotter. As we get into the warm-up on Peter Mikado alongside Colin Fleming. Colin, you're up and about for a Friday night. Why wouldn't you be? You would not want to be anywhere else. This is going to be a hell of a clash tonight.
This is brilliant Grand Slam action, isn't it? Friday evening, John Cain Arena. 2 of the very best players in the world. Certainly 2 of the very best French players, good friends, are going to go up against it, throw everything at each other. And we are here and ready to go for it.
Yep, the 20-year-old ranked 21 in the world, part of the ATP's next gen, although he's now slowly advancing out of that. In May 2023, he was outside the world's top 100. It took him 3 months to get inside the world's top 50. He had a superb year, a couple of titles last year on the 500 circuit on the ATP, and he has been pretty much up there with the best of them and matching it with the best of them as well.
Fils is one of the most explosive players in the game. He's an incredible athlete. He goes for his shots, particularly the forehand. A lot of power, brings a lot of charisma to the court. And it'll be interesting to see how much he sort of uses that to try and influence the match. He likes to try and sort of control the energy out on the court. Sometimes easier to do that when you're not playing a good friend.
Yeah, so we've had some examples of good friends playing each other already at this year's AO. Here's Ugo Humbert leading the French contingent. There are a lot of French players inside the world's top 100. He's right at the top. 14 in the world, and a very good year last year, excellent year. And I go to the end of the year, Colin, where he reached the final in Paris-Bercy and had a marvellous run through that event, obviously pushed by the home crowd, but he is a quality player and thoroughly deserves to be right at the top of the rankings for the French.
Yeah, really interesting career so far for Humbert. Just 2 years ago, he was outside the top 100 in the world at the Australian Open 2023, having been as high as 25 in 2021. He really lost his way, lost his confidence, I think lost his probably love for what he was doing, the spark. He then changed it up in terms of the team. Jeremy Chardy, the former French player, came on board. Chardy since brought Fabrice Martin, his good friend, into the setup. Martin is with him here. And I think he just rediscovered the flame, if you like, and the fire, and it's taken him right into the world's top 20. He's a phenomenal operator and a real explosive player.
You see the head-to-head there, that Tokyo final last year. What a battle that was. Feast getting it 6-3 in the third.
Yeah, and Feast was a bit of a walking wounded that day. It's his only win against Humbert. He's won the other 3. He was sort of he had an epic week in Tokyo. He won a lot of long matches, and he was sort of looking a little dead in his feet, but then the point would start and he's everywhere, and he sort of just rode the energy to that Tokyo title.
20 Celsius on a Friday evening, getting into the weekend, and a lightish breeze. It has been swirling around this stadium today, but ideal conditions for the players.
1 minute.
And umpire for this match from Sweden,
I know that obviously with a normal French encounter, I'm sure Paul-Henri Mathieu is going to be somewhere in the stadium. He was hanging out with the Humbert contingent in his previous match against Habib. He'll find somewhere neutral to sit, the French Davis Cup captain.
Yeah, he's been staying in my hotel and spending a lot of time with Ivan Lubicic as well, former world number 3 Croat, who has a role with the FFT, the French Federation now, so I'm sure they'll be in a neutral position in the stands, keeping an eye on this one.
I should mention too, Fabrice Martin, you mentioned coming into the coaching setup for Ugo Humbert. Of course, a doubles player. He said that he hasn't completely given away the doubles, actually hoping to maybe play some doubles.
There he is,
alongside Ugo at certain events throughout the year, because he hasn't officially retired. He's had all sorts of injury problems and issues and things like that. So now slowly transitioning into the coaching ranks, and obviously good friends with Jeremy Chardy. So not too far away from getting this one underway. Seed 14 taking on seed 20 in all French encounter. It's a long walk to the towel boxes for these players. It's a big, big court, this one. It's a multi-purpose venue. Currently in tournament mode. Sebastian Grosjean is on the right there. Ivan Sinker sitting next to him as well. Part of the coaching setup for Arthur Fils.
Ready? Play.
As we get this one underway.
Interesting that Fils' team, Grosjean and Sinkers, who spent a lot of time with Marin Cilic, chosen to sit in the front row behind the court rather than in the new coaching position, just at court level. Some coaches feel they get a better sort of tactical, strategical view of the match and the court. Probably the case with Grosjean.
The fact that on this court you're actually looking down the court. Other courts you're to the side. Roger Rashid talks about this. He much prefer to be just looking down the court, get a better view of things.
It's been a hot start from Humbert here, rifling the ball, and of 30 seconds serve, got half a chance already. Wow, a bit of a survival act there from Fils. It is a brilliant
30
from the lefty. It generates so much pace with so little take back. You know, it doesn't really sort of load too much or have the big swing, and just a loose hand, a loose wrist.
Talked about the titles that he's won across 2024. Artifice, a couple of 500 titles. He got an added bonus because at the end of the season, there's a bit of a prize pool the ATP put on for the 500 events. Be at the top there. 615,000 extra dollars jumping into the bank account. US dollars.
40,
even better.
30.
Yeah, the only way. Wouldn't be Australian dollars at the minute.
Although as a visitor, I'm enjoying the exchange rate.
Yeah, yeah, great.
There's no time taken to sort of build into this match. That's the challenge of facing Ugo Humbert in particular. You know, he goes for shots. You've got to be ready right from the get-go. If he's still not out of this game. Serve has been a big focus for Arthur Fils and indeed his coach Sébastien Grosjean. Had a chat with Grosjean at Wimbledon last year, and after Fils lost to the Australian Alex de Minaur, felt that the serve needed to improve. The accuracy, the consistency, and something they're very much focusing on.
First game.
That was the match that the injury for de Minaur, because it was 3 points from the end of the match. He managed to finish the match, and he was going to play Djokovic in the quarterfinals. Let's take a look at the win predictor for tonight and where it sits at the moment.
Interesting. Certainly agree in that I would put Ugo Humbert a slight favourite.
Could it be even slighter than that, though?
Yeah, I think maybe 55-45.
Okay.
Would be my number. I do think Humbert, you know, he's the high-ranked player. I like him on this hard court here in Melbourne. Sort of quicker conditions.
Ugo Humbert,
but I'm expecting it to be a good tussle.
Previous round, he took on Hadi Habib, the Lebanese qualifier. He was making history. He's the first Lebanese player through the Open era to play a major, win a match. And there was a very pro-Lebanese crowd on court 3 that he had to contend with.
At 30 love.
Slightly different here with France v France.
It's always a different dynamic. We called a match earlier this week between the two Italians, Musetti and Arnaldi. Good friends, friendly rivals, if you like, and they really struggled to compete against each other, particularly the first 2 sets, Musetti eventually prevailing. I don't think it'll be the same tonight with these two. They're just a little bit further down the road.
30.
A lot of respect
15.
for each other, but the fact that they've played 4 times as well, they're sort of used to just getting on with it. Likes the wide serve position. You'll see him even wider than he is now at times, Humbert, on that ad court. Likes to open up the angles.
Tend to call that the Adrian Manarino spot. I think it's very wide, but the angles he can create, my goodness. Plenty of work on that ball. Nicely taken in the crowd.
Had to
have been Aussie taking that catch. Clean hands. Beautifully done. Back in the court, but executed that nicely.
Well, the foundation for this shot is the movement, the athleticism. One step and then one massive stride to get his left foot behind the ball. Open stance. It's a stunner from Fils.
Fly in the face of the old coaching manuals.
It's the modern game. You know, for me, Novak Djokovic brought that open stance, sliding backhand on a hard court into the sport, and now just about everyone's got it. You think of certainly Sinner, Alcaraz. You know, in days gone by, that might have been a defensive shot, a slice, a chip of some sort, maybe trying to get the ball down low. Now it's, as we saw, it's one step and a big lunge, sliding, and almost counter-punching the shot.
I love that play from Humbert as well.
One game on.
Yeah, it's that wide serve position. Something that he can use as often as he wants. I often think, you know, the wide serve, he gets it so extreme. Why not serve volley and just, it's a simple volley into the open court.
Love.
See there, Humbert trying to just get into the court on that second serve of Fils.
30-15.
It's what he loves to do. Ugo Humbert, change direction, flatten the ball out down the lines. It's high risk at times, but it's unplayable when he gets it right.
Start of the match.
Again, it was the change of direction down the line from Humbert that
15.
Looked like it might get the job done, but the movement from Fils able to absorb the pressure. These guys pushing each other hard already.
So we're on serve in the early stages of this one. It's 2-1 for Fils.
Fils leads 2 games to 1.
Well, a good start. There's Aussie tennis fans would be knowing a little bit about these two players. I imagine they wouldn't know a lot about them, particularly that's a Fils. And they'll be getting to know them here. They've seen only the sample size of 3 games, the quality that these two can produce.
Here, movement that inspires.
Time.
Well, as we make our way across the precinct on a Friday evening, right-hand side, Cain Arena where we are, it is packed. The peak hour traffic too on Olympic Boulevard. And you see Grand Slam Oval. It's the bottom of the screen, Kia Arena, Rod Laver Arena, Centrepiece Building, which is a brand new function centre. Beautiful on a Friday evening in Melbourne. There is the team. Fabrice Martin on the right-hand side, Jeremy Chardy on the left-hand side. Ugo's partner Tessa, the back left.
Jeremy was a little late to the court, was he?
He was.
We didn't see him earlier. Good to see him now, though.
He did a bit of a shuffle along with the previous match ending a little early.
Those two were French Open doubles finalists together, I believe, Martin and Chardy. They grew up playing together in the local club. And what a story, really. There they are, coaching together. One of the top players in the world, Ugo Humbert. It's a good strike there from Fils. I always feel any time you can rush Humbert, you know, really hit big and get the ball through the court. He still kind of goes for his shots. He hits flat and he's liable to making mistakes. We saw that when he played Alexander Zverev in the Paris-Bercy finals. Zverev just bludgeoning the ball, and it was a little too much for Humbert. By contrast, though, as we see there, when he has time, he can do so much damage.
15.
It's important that Fils gets enough on his own shots tonight. Doesn't end up defending the vast majority of the time.
Well, particularly if Humbert comes forward like that, too far back in the court. He's not going to need a second invitation.
First Grand Slam meeting between the two, isn't it, in their fifth meeting. The last was the final of an ATP 500, though, a big match. Grand Slams, though, of course, the pillars of the sport.
Oh.
This is a big occasion for both of them. Third round here at the Australian Open.
That's nicely done. Great construction of the point by Fils.
15 love.
It's real quality tennis, isn't it? We're only the fifth game, but these guys have come to play. Love the way he moved through that backhand volley. Kept his weight going forward.
Oh, and again, great athleticism. He's looking pretty comfortable up there.
30 love.
Talking about those previous meetings. Well, 3 of them coming in 2024. 2 on hard court, 1 on grass. He's winning in Tokyo last year. Previous 2 by Humbert. Oh, look out, Mo. You might be in a bit of trouble tonight.
40 love.
A bit of friendly fire there. Humbert late on the return, nearly got him.
Whoop.
I think the microphone saved him.
Rolling along on serve. Here in this opening set. Cain Arena, Friday night style.
Please, 3 games to 2.
It's 3-2. There's Team Humbert watching on. Is he still living in Wimbledon? Did he have a house in Wimbledon for a time?
Certainly in the London area, yeah.
Yeah.
Controversial crossing the channel.
It was, and is.
Not at all. We welcome Jeremy. He's a great guy.
Red time.
And Sebastian Grosjean, famous names everywhere. Both ends of the court.
$15 love. 30 love. At 30, 15. At 40, 15.
The bravo from the other end of the court. Again, taking the ball nice and early, well inside the baseline.
3 games on.
And again, that redirection, getting the job done.
Not sure what Humbert was asking of Mohamed Liani in the chair there. Maybe is it with reference to the ball change? One more game to go. Server can often be vulnerable in this 7th game because these 6 tennis balls, 6 in play at any one time, have been used for the warm-up and the first 6 games. They're usually as sort of fluffy and slow as you're going to get them. Just slows the serve down, gives the returner a chance to get into more points and maybe try and nick a break.
At that point, basically saying to Fils, you generate your own pace.
15 on.
There's some variety from Humbert tonight.
At 30, 15.
Serve looking good so far for Fils. Hitting his spots for the most part. Had to take that very early
15.
and hit it big. Tough to do, but sending a message to Fils that he's not going to allow him to just drop the second serve in the middle of the box.
He had it covered up. After he hit the top front, he came forward for just that reason. It's 4-3 on serve in the first.
Fils, he's 4 games to 3.
Such an important hold in the first game for Fils. Those that were with us right from the start remember Humbert very quickly came out of the blocks. 2 good points, love 30. Momentum was right on the line there. Fils really sort of dug in, got through that hole, and it now feels as if he's a lot more stable in this opening set. Very hard to tell which way it's going to go. High level tennis.
Play time.
What a beautiful Friday evening in Melbourne. The sun slowly setting. Comfortable conditions for the players, for the spectators.
Well, that's a volley that he should be making.
Love 15.
Wouldn't say he's completely comfortable at the net. 3 from 7 net points won so far certainly speaks to that. No need for that to be so close to the line. Just a little careless.
Love 13.
Well, the evolution of the artifice game, not only the power, but the ability to stay in those rallies, get on top.
Just, you know, every point is so important. And that volley on the first point of this game, it just a little careless, lets it go wide on him. Get a good look here, just the way he kept his momentum going forwards. He moved through that volley. The overhead was fairly simple in the end.
Well, now, opportunity here for Fitz. Oh, it's a superb return. The perfect return, really. And the team likes it.
Well, he was waiting for that lefty slice serve, wasn't he? Into his backhand, jumped all over it. What a brilliant return. He's got a real air of confidence about him here, Arthur Fils, the 20-year-old. And he's well worth his right to serve for this opening set.
That's second service.
We mentioned
15 love.
The differences in the forehands, how flat Humbert hits the ball. Look at Fils with this spin rate there. They're both hitting big. Those speeds are high. But what's that? About 700 more revolutions per minute on the Fils forehand. He's really fizzing the heavy topspin around this court.
Out.
If he can keep
13
being
up.
pinned right at the back of the court, he's just controlling things. So Bear just gets that fraction of an opportunity to get forward, show off that variety. At the moment it's Feast getting it done from the back of the court.
Thirty, 15. Left for service. Et 30.
Sensible decision, just going to the towel, taking his time. Good effort from Humbert just to find a way back into this game. Well, it was there for the backhand down the line. I'm just not sure he fully committed to it. It wasn't quite a sort of full-blooded strike. A little hopeful. Ended up being quite a tame miss into the net. And here's a chance for Humbert. 3 points in a row. Can he get this break back?
And they got him. He's done it beautifully. Ugo Humbert has brought things back on serve. Feast leading 5-4 in the first sets.
Feast is 5 games to 4.
He changed tactics midway through that game. That's a Feast. He was getting it done from the back of the court, then decided to come forward.
Yeah, the serve volley 30 love. I mean, that final point, he kind of had to come in. Just didn't really get enough on the approach. He then had to defend that first volley, and well, that's a good pass from Humbert because, you know, there's pressure and he had a bit of time to think there. But that's the sort of player he is, you know, he can just, in the blink of an eye, sort of just suddenly flip a game or flip a set, a couple of winners, and before you know it, he's right back in it.
Time.
Oh, of course there's going to be French flags flying here on John Cain Arena. Exchange of breaks.
Out.
Allison.
Fabulous point. Just the wrong approach here from Humbert. That backhand down the line got him on top of the point. But look how he goes inside out here. That left the line wide open, and it also gave Fils a running forehand. It's easy from the comms box, but for me, Humbert has to whip that forehand to the Fils backhand, and he's then in position at the net as well.
$15 all.
That's exactly where he wants to keep Humbert.
15.
That's a Fils, a metre or two from the baseline. Trying to work the ball in deep, plenty of pace.
$30 all.
That's a terrific return again. It's in a couple of times, Humbert with that T serve.
40.
Fils getting into a good position to play it, anticipating it well. Set point. And he's fired up about it as well.
6-4.
He wants the crowd with him. Unto Fils, 6-4 the opening sets.
Arthur Fils is not quite Gael Monfils, but he's got some showman in him. And he enjoyed that moment, getting this John Cain Arena crowd going. Big backhand to force the error from Humbert. A string of breaks there. It did just feel, after the first game or two, that Fils was marginally on top of that opening set. Just a few too many errors there from Humbert. 5 winners, 13 on force from the lefty. And just 30% of second serve points won for Humbert, feasting a really good job of attacking the second serve. It's always a key area. It's advantage to the youngster here.
Second serve percentage a concern for Humbert as well. Some high quality tennis played in this opening set. You can see in the highlights. Great work from Humbert when he was able to get forward. In the early stage of the set, he was really able to attack. He was coming in a lot more. And then Fils started pinning him around that position, about a metre or two from the baseline. And was able to control terms.
The only one that's here.
Second set. Fist to serve.
It's an intense point to start the second set. One thing that's really stood out for me is just the physicality, the movement from Arthur Fils. You know, there's a great quote from Roger Federer: "The best players are the best movers." Completely agree. You know, this is a skill sport, but it's a sport of movement as well. And his court coverage, his ability to absorb the big hits from Humbert and extend the points has been key for him. A lot of players struggle against Humbert, just the way he hits flat, he hits fast, he changes direction. And if you can't sort of absorb that, you can't hang in the point, then, you know, he can win a lot of quick points. It's the movement from Fils, the defensive skills, the ability to hit big himself. Got himself on top of this third round match.
(15-30).
And the serve has been good. Ugo Humbert, 6 of 28, 21% unreturned serve so far. And for Fils, it's 9 of 31, 29%. So his first serve is just doing that bit more damage. And that definitely helps as well.
Opportunity to build some momentum early on in this second set for Ugo Humbert. Look at the attributes of the top players right at the very top of the men's game. That's one of them. When they're under pressure, facing moments like this, break points, come up with the big first serve. That's nicely done.
Use. Advantage, Humbert. Use.
First ace of the match for either player. It's a timely one. 207 kilometers an hour. There's no shortage of pace. He really does load up the legs and explode into the serve.
Advantage, Humbert.
No, he's given the break up. Bear knocking on the door in that game. He gets through.
First game, second set.
Just wonder if that was maybe a slight dip in focus for Fils. See, winning the first set, over-pressing the last 2 points, went big on the forehand, missed just long. Over-pressing with the second serve, resulting in the double. So it's taken the wind out of his sails somewhat.
That 2-minute break between sets can do strange things to players.
Yeah. Or, you know, in a big match, getting into or getting ahead, suddenly your thoughts can change. See there, Humbert, very good percentage in terms of winning the set after breaking early. That's in the first 2 service games of the opponent. 87% of the time he goes on and wins the set, but he has been broken twice in that first set. He needs to take care of his serve better in set 2.
Out. 15 long.
Previous meeting at Tokyo final just last year. Fils winning 5-7, 7-6, 6-3, saved a championship point in the second set tiebreak. Unbelievable backhand pass to do so. Broke the heart of his good mate. Won 3 points in a row to win that tiebreak and then win the third 6-3. Fairly similar conditions, I would say. Tokyo and here in Melbourne Park. Maybe the ball
15,
jumping a little
13.
more here. Extra bit of heat in the air. But, you know, relatively fast hard court conditions.
Another roof stadium.
Yeah.
The Ariake Auditorium.
Here's Humbert in that extreme wide position, as wide as we've seen him go.
Left second service.
No, nowhere near good enough for that drop shot.
So often it feels like a good idea.
15,
I've got some time on this ball. The guy's deep in the court. I'm going to play the drop shot, but that was a bit of a shocker there from Humbert. Fils is so fast, so if you are going to play a drop shot, it better be perfect, and that was far from it. Got there in plenty of time.
40.
And Team Humbert up the same end as their player.
What's a bad miss there from Fils. Just lets Humbert off the hook. You love that when you're the server facing a break point. Just a nice cheap point. Been a really turbulent period in the match, hasn't it? 4 breaks in a row. Fils knocking on the door here.
Just played off that one. And that's an important point, I think, for Arthur Fils.
It's a lung buster.
Advantage Fils.
Fils just refused to miss there, even under pressure.
Oh, it's nicely struck. Going back with the flight of the ball. He was still travelling backwards when he leapt in the air. Got that pushback. And he just timed it to perfection.
He's covering some serious ground, Fils. I mean, it's impressive, but it's got to be taxing. Well, there's some evidence. 16 sprints to 3. That's how many times these players have got up to their sort of top speed. Fils is chasing balls all over this court. In a best of 5 set match, I think we need to keep an eye on just the energy levels of both these players.
Well, facing break points, gets through those. Turnaround is on.
It's 2 games to love.
And we saw in the previous point, good example of why Fils is having to sprint. When Humbert controlling the point, that movement from side to side. Trying to get back in behind him, waits for the short ball, looks to come forward.
Love 15.
It was Fils getting the better of a lot of the longer rallies in the opening sets. The other way around now.
Love 30.
Real change in the feeling on the court, isn't there? Fils is now struggling. Only 2 games since he won the opening set, but complete turnaround.
That'll give him a little spark. Oh, that one nice and early.
It just looks like he's going to the towel for a breather there, Fils. Goodness me, the intensity, you know, that's really set by just the tempo that Humbert plays at. Constantly attacking the younger Frenchman.
$40-30.
Did well to get himself out of a little bit of trouble there. So Fils holds, but Humbert up a break. It's 2-1 in the second. Well, a little bit of a settler for Arthur Fils.
Chance to win the Ultimate Australian Open Finals experience, of course you would. Your ticket in the ATM lottery
Jumped at the start of the set.
the chance to win flights, accommodation,
Does not want to let Humbert get away here. Oh, very good first serve percentage in his previous match. Let's have a look at this view from the east of Melbourne, the mighty MCG. So many great matches, sporting matches, concerts, all sorts of things there, and then across to Melbourne Park, the magnificent precinct here. Cain Arena in the bottom left, Kia Arena, and Rod Laver Arena in the middle of the precinct. Plenty of the outside courts, which when the tournament's not on, you can actually come down and have a hit. On the outside courts, they are available for hire. Something certainly worth doing.
$15 love.
It's not a bad place to be in January, is it?
Very nice. I'm not complaining. Then I'm here in February, March, April, May.
$30 love.
What's it like in July? Are you complaining then? Is it cold and raining?
Well, not to the standards that you're used to. And I'm over in your part of the world.
Chucking a bit of wind as well. We get it, we get it all.
$40 love.
Just been a real change here on Cain Arena. Fils had the intensity so high, but I think maybe just the energy expended. He's having a bit of a lull at the moment. It's allowed Humbert to get on top.
All the skills on show there. Humbert, though, holding his advantage. He's someone who knows these courts pretty well.
2001 semi-finalist Sébastien Grosjean. 4-time Slam semi-finalist. Twice at Wimbledon, once more at Roland Garros. He could play.
Best not bring up that semi-final, by the way.
Was it a French derby as well?
I know, Clement. It was 2 sets to love up.
Love 15.
And a match point in the 4th set. Clement prevails. Gets through to the final. Also semi-finalist though at Roland Garros that year.
For me, sort of inch for inch, if you like, in terms of his height. Just 5'9", Grosjean. He had one of the best serves in the world. Okay, it wasn't an Ivo Karlovic, but
13-15.
He could seriously pop it, considering his height. Doing a lot of damage, and as I said, he's been working a lot. Grosjean on the right of picture with Fils on his serve. Ivan Sinkis in the white T-shirt. He's a relatively new addition, assistant coach, if you want to call him that, co-coach. Spent a lot of time on tour with Marin Cilic, the former US Open winner, now part of Fis's team.
Yeah, went by Mimir Kecmanovic as well.
It's a number of times 15. Now that Humbert has come into the Fils forehand and been picked off. You might just want to think about mixing up that strategy, maybe coming into the backhand. He's 5 of 13 net points won. I like that he's coming forward. I just think he needs to think carefully about where he's approaching.
So Humbert up a break in the second. 3 games to 2. We've had Brazilian fans, we've had the Lebanese fans in, some of the French fans, and I tell you what, there's no shortage of players to cheer on. Only making it through to the 3rd round as well. Benjamin Bonzi taking on Yu Lehechka. That match underway. Corentin Moutet taking on Leonard Tien, who had the win over Daniel Medvedev. And of course, Gael Monfils taking on Taylor Fritz. So those fans will be happy for the next couple of days at least.
Got a nice visual for you here. We're talking about both players' serves. And those red balls are the well, the cluster, if you like, of Arthur Fis's contact points on the outside. Nice and tight. He's really focusing on serving from one spot, getting the accuracy. Look at Humbert, how wide he serves, as wide as you're allowed to go on the court.
It's also good to look at where Fils is returning. He has to move across the court with Humbert. Make sure he gets the right angle.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, because when Humbert does go to that extreme wide position. Obviously, it creates a very difficult angle on the serve for Fils to return, but it also does expose the backhand corner of Humbert, the down the line return. So it's pros and cons for me, because it makes the serve very awkward. But I would argue that Humbert would, you know, want it to be playing his forehand after the serve, and from by serving from so wide, it actually increases the chances of getting a backhand. So it's, I think that's why he mixes it up rather than goes for it all the time. Not quite as wide for the serve that time. Still awkward to return, but able to get a forearm from the middle and do the damage. It's a good combination.
Yeah, given that little bit of extra variety. Talk about variety is a keystone for Ugo Humbert. Good crowd in tonight. Record attendance for the day session. I suspect it'll be the same for the night. Well on our way to 1 million fans coming through the gates.
Just to let you know.
A million fans last year. We're set to build on that. It's just great ball striking for Humbert when he's in attack mode.
Played some incredible tennis at the end of last season. Humbert in Paris-Bercy, the indoor tournament there. He can elevate his focus and his intensity and indeed his game to a level where, well, he described it as almost a trance-like state. You know, it feels like a man possessed. It's just point after point, just relentless attack. And it just feels like that's what Arthur Fils is struggling to live with now, with the younger of the two Frenchmen's intensity just dropping slightly.
Talked about that end to the season for Humbert. And that run that he had, home tournament in Paris, indoors in Bercy. Win over Carlos Alcaraz in the round of 16, 7-5 in the third set. Followed that all the way through to the final. He's beaten by Sasha Zverev.
Huge.
40-30.
Incredible footwork to get around this ball. And look at this. Leaping into the forehand. I mean, that is everything he has got into that winner. Some serious speed generated. Great pictures there of the technique of Fils.
Use.
Nice hustle from Fils. I saw the sprint stat. A play like that will get Humbert moving. So Fils keeps in touch. Humbert though still up a break. It is 4 games to 3 now in set number 2.
Well, look at that. Oof. That's the left foot of Arthur Fils. I mean, he is quite literally burning rubber.
Yeah.
You know, the slides these guys do in the hard courts, they're actually getting onto sort of top of the shoe at times. It's mind-blowing, really.
And shoe blowing. Yeah, I mentioned it, that it was in, you know, that not in the coaching manual, the way that they slide across these courts. It's just a new way of doing it. That's why they have to wear down the shoes, the soles of the shoes, to make sure they are able to get that slide. They don't want to get their foot caught. It'd be disastrous.
Fair time.
You see that sprints marker. I'm keeping a close eye on that. Arthur Fils having to work overtime.
Thank you.
Fun on a Friday evening here in John Cain Arena.
Ugo Humbert's got some history in the John Cain Arena. Bit of trivia for you here, Pete. Do you remember who he played 2021?
Was this a match that went forever and ever and ever?
It was long, but it was more memorable for the atmosphere.
Yep, it would have been an Australian.
Yeah, someone that likes to play on the John Cain Arena
court. Is that Mr. Kyrgios?
Correct.
Oh, that's superb! What a pass we've seen. We've seen so many good ones tonight. That's the best of the lot of them.
That's just outrageous. Yeah, just raw ability. I mean, very end of his range, able to just flick this thing down the line. Come on, so good. No wonder that gets an applause from Fils. It was the second round in 2021. 34th ranked Humbert, who was the 29th seed, went up against 47th ranked Nick Kyrgios. And Humbert was actually 2 sets to 1 up. Lost 6-4 in the 5th. So you'll have memories of that match, I'm sure, on this arena. It's just so good.
14-15. We're 40-30.
So rolling along, maintaining that break advantage that he's got.
5 games to 3.
Oh, yes. You just see where he finished there in the court, Humbert.
15.
Again, how early he's taking it. Shorter backswing. Redirect the pace.
He's just demolished this return. This is a sort of trance-like state. I mean, you hear the grunt. It's just... He's eating that return alive, hasn't he? Can't leave the second serve there.
Feet not quite in position for that ball.
15.
No, again.
40-15.
Same shot. Backhand up the line. Problematic in this game. Oh, no. A heck of a twinder. He likes entertaining the crowd. He wants the applause.
Yeah, he is an entertainer. We've seen some incredible hot shots in this tournament. Lorenzo Sonego, Botic van de Sandskoop at the top of the pile. And even though Fils went on to lose this point, he was able to smile about it.
Himself along, but it'll be Humbert serving for set number 2. 5-4 in the seconds.
Let's go, come on. Humbert leads 5 games to 4.
Well, he's at least hung around. Could easily be a double breakdown. You know, Humbert has been pretty electric in this set. Lefty now with a chance to level us up here. They're not hanging about, are they? Just an hour and 24. It's attacking tennis, pretty quick between points.
It is high octane as well.
All for it.
Yep, agree, absolutely agree. Certainly not a dour struggle.
At time.
Well, everyone having a good time. Humbert trying to finish off this second set.
15. Net for service.
These have come in from time to time.
30.
Up to 3 for the match.
Serving for a set, serving for a match. It's never straightforward. Never easy.
He has been working on his improving that first serve percentage, but down on his usual numbers tonight.
That was a bit tentative, wasn't it? Not the all-out attack that we've seen for the majority of the set. Fils' father, Jean, there in his box, getting very animated.
Pretty good basketball back in his day.
Play a bit of basketball in this arena, don't they?
They do, absolutely.
Multi-purpose, John Cain Arena.
His opponent backed off, and we're at 5-all.
It's dynamite from Arthur Fils. Just exploding into those forehands. Absolutely loving the atmosphere on here. He wants more. Yeah, there were times in this second set where he looked a little flat, like he was just having an energy lull, but he's firing again now.
Well, you pointed out, I mean, you mentioned Gael Monfils still going in the tournament here and the kind of mentoring that's been going on. But here is Gael Monfils' legacy. And he's going to be a fan favourite very, very quickly. He already is.
13 love.
I tell you what else is going to happen very quickly. Humbert's going to go from serving for this set to serving to stay in it. He's looking a little shell-shocked there. How quickly things can change with the scoring system in this sport.
30-15.
On the sideline from Ugo Humbert. Now the set's in the balance. Now it's time for Humbert to get up and about.
30-14.
Rally's lengthening. It's a real arm wrestle, this particular point of the match.
Streaky, isn't he? All of a sudden 3 points in a row again.
So Humbert gets the break of serve. That ball not missing by much, but now he'll be serving for the set again at 6-5.
6 game to 5.
What a turnaround there. All the momentum with Fils exploding into the forehand for the break. 30 love up. Look at his team now, 4 points in a row against him. It's such a roller coaster emotionally, this sport. You know, you go from thinking, oh, we're going to get this, we can go 2 sets of love here, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you stare set all right in the face once more. You have to be able to keep such an emotional equilibrium. Rafael Nadal spoke of that being one of his big strengths over his career, didn't he? Keeping a perspective at all times.
Time.
Big atmosphere on a Friday night, Cain Arena. Ugo Humbert again trying to finish off the set. Let's see if it shifts back the other way. Let's see, the pattern continues.
Love 15. $30-15. Left second service.
Again, an opportune double fault. Just taking the wind out of the sails, just stopping the momentum.
Slipped over. Yeah, he lost his balance. He goes so much in to the backhand down the line.
14,
but I'm not sure why he lost his balance. Did he maybe just decide not to follow it into the net? Whatever it was, it cost him dearly in a big moment.
action from Ugo Humbert as he takes that second set, 7-5.
These guys are just throwing absolutely everything they've got at each other, aren't they? Yeah, we mentioned it can be slightly awkward for two compatriots to play each other in a match as big as this, but hasn't really put the shackles on either of these guys. It's just been big-time tennis. 13 winners to 5 in that set for Fils, and yet he lost it. Just a few on fours. It just felt as if, even though Humbert maybe didn't hit quite as many winners, it felt as if he was attacking a lot of the time. We saw the sprints, Fils doing significantly more, and just a bit of a lull earlier in the set meant that he fell behind. Very nearly recovered it. He was 5-all, 30-love up before being broken once more.
The other thing, both players getting into each other's second serves, jumping all over them. Low percentages for both. As both Humbert has left the court. We'll get into the highlights for set number 2. And again, plenty of highlights. It was sort of ebbed and flowed as the set went along.
Yeah, it's eye-catching tennis, that's for sure.
Thank you.
Plenty of big hits, net approaches, winners of all types. That was the most incredible pass from Humbert.
Little rose, his level dropped. He picked it back up again. Jagged the set 7-5.
The younger ones are at their time. Exactly. You want to say something in French? What was that? Okay, awesome. Hey, round of applause for the French fans.
That's a Fils has a little bit of a wait. Well, Ugo Humbert goes off. Usually it's the other way around. It's the player who's lost the set.
Yeah, plenty to ponder for Fils. Didn't play a bad set. This, for me, is one area that I mentioned he's worked on with his team, Sébastien Grosjean, feeling that the accuracy of the serve could be better. And there's evidence. I'm inclined to agree with him. You know, those white zones are sort of within 2 feet of the lines, and you know, the good servers would be getting significantly more within those zones. 61% on that juice side in particular, landing quite centrally. He only won 67% of first serve points so far in the match, Fils. Definitely needs to really sort of focus in, hit his spots on serve. He was broken twice in that second set, which is usually going to mean a lost set at this level.
So you've travelled here for the tennis?
You've got a bit to think about now, because really is a match that's in the balance. There's obviously notionally you're going with Humbert in terms of the momentum, just coming off the back of winning that second set, but we've seen this swing wildly backwards and forwards between the two players.
All right, so we've got to come all the way to the end. Where are you pointing? At who?
So he's got 1 minute to return back to court. Ugo Humbert, out-timed. Don't have to walk all the way back to the Rod Laver Arena locker room. There are locker rooms here, plenty of them.
I don't think I've heard of that. South of Mexico City. Yeah. The best part of that place. The beach, the closest to us. Yeah. So what brings you here?
And wonderful views across the skyline of Melbourne. And a shot of really up close and personal with the light tower at the MCG. And then you can see Melbourne Park out towards the bay on the left-hand side. In the centre of Melbourne, the parklands just across from Rod Laver Arena. And this precinct, which is very busy throughout the year, not just the Australian Open. This site gets busy, lots of concerts, other sports, other events. National Tennis Centre, the Australian National Tennis Centre is based here as well. So we welcome back Ugo Humbert to the court.
Time.
And now we'll be ready to go in set number 3. And these opening games will be quite telling which way this is going to go.
A third set, piece to serve.
He's so unique in so many ways, isn't he, Ugo Humbert? You know, lengthy delay from the court there. Often players take a little bit of time to get back up to speed. He just launches into that first return of the set. Actually,
Love 30.
Fils is in danger of being caught cold here. Third ace. We saw the graphic during the set break. The accuracy needs to be better from Fils. Someone that can serve as big as he can, just 3 aces. And there's a fourth. You know, when he hits his spot, nothing the returner can do about it.
A 14-30.
He did well to get out of that.
First game, third set.
It's very casual. He moves from one side of the court to the other. Ugo Humbert does things his way. I've seen with so many of the French players. They develop their own style. Opportunity just to give some instructions.
Bottom half of the draw here. The men's singles winner will play Alexander Zverev, who in a straight sets win earlier today over my compatriot Jacob Fernley.
15 love.
It's hampered a little bit Fernley today. Had the physio out at some stage.
Yeah, he did. He had treatment at the end of the first set. That wasn't really a factor in the match, so it didn't really limit him too much. Zverev is looking very, very good. Made some tweaks, some changes, Zverev, but yeah, just what struck me is how focused and how confident and dialed in he is. He hasn't just advanced to the fourth round, he's sort of dominated his way to the fourth round. That hasn't always been the case with him. But he'll be keeping an eye on this match. I'm sure his team will be. You know, these are two dangerous opponents. He beat Humbert handily in the Paris-Bercy final. Arthur Fils beat him in a bit of an epic Hamburg final last year on clay.
That's a nice change-up.
14, 15.
That's very, it was a good one. It's been that graduation from really struggling in the opening rounds and then maybe eking out a fourth round to then quarterfinals. It was kind of that barrier and then pushing to semis, and now getting to final without having made that, taking that final step. It's the last piece of the puzzle.
Tap.
Conceded anyway.
Mr. Humbert requesting a video review to see if the ball bounced twice.
Let's go to the review, shall we? I don't think we've had many of these. I haven't had one this week. Let's see what we can see here. So, you can see Mohamed Layani has got his screen up just to have a look. He's got audio as well, so getting instruction. Here comes the replay. Crowd can see it as well. Yep, double bounce.
Yeah, pretty clear there, wasn't it? Maybe get one more look. There's the second bounce. There's the contact.
Ball is confirmed. 1 second.
He's got to take off the headset. We could have had him as a commentator.
Look, video review, I'm all for it. Doesn't get used often, but who knows, might get used on championship point next week or a significant moment. If we've got it, the technology, let's use it.
Yeah, nicely done. Well, yeah, I mean, you can see that expanding as well over time.
Mr. Humbert has 2 video reviews remaining.
So you can't use them endlessly. Not that the players at the moment have any need to. There's a certain amount of things that can be reviewed. And obviously the ultimate review of line calls is happening automatically anyway.
I'd say double bounce is probably the most common review in singles anyway. Touching the net might be slightly more relevant in doubles. The net players get so close to the net.
Or foul shots where they reach over.
Yep.
And advantage fifth.
What an opportunity for Aryna Fils here. Ah, it's nicely done. Again, being made to sprint.
Well, he's holding the right ankle there.
Advantage, Humbert.
I mean, he is, well, he's having to throw himself around this court. Hopefully nothing too serious there with the ankle. Yep, there it was. Just twisted, didn't it? The shoe just sticking.
Oh, that just caught the back of the line. Good contest this right now.
1 game on. One game.
And he's asking for a lot of different things. Oh, one thing that always I find astonishing, and you'll probably shake your head and go, you're being silly, is why that doesn't happen more in terms of asking when the ball change comes up. Players just instinctively know. And I know that because commentating with players, former players like yourselves, and it just comes up casually in conversation. You just know the counts, the 7 and then the 9.
Yeah, I mean, you just, I guess, get used to it at this level. change after the first 7 games because the first set are used for the warm-up as well. And every 9 games from there.
Love 15.
I mean, they're not counting it in their heads, but you just get a feel for it. You know, you can see before every serve, he's looking at 3 balls to see which 2 are the least fluffed up.
Love 30.
So as you go, you notice them sort of getting fluffed up, and then you sort of subconsciously think, well, the new balls must be coming soon. Just picked up on Mohamed Liani calling for the physio at the next change of ends, so we'll keep an eye on that. So Humbert wasn't maybe feast for the ankle.
15-30.
I get a sense of it at the moment because since that happened, we haven't had a long point, so to move around all that much.
There's a perfect example
15-40.
of Arthur Fils not hitting his spot with the serve. It's not accurate. It's 204 kilometers an hour, but it's right into the hitting zone of Humbert, who fired it right back to his feet. I'd even sacrifice some pace for more accuracy. And again, too good.
New balls, please.
And a break of serve. He's just looking at his team before he walks to the chair slowly. Humbert with the break. It's 2-1 and the trainer's coming to court.
Stefan Vivier, the physio. Roger Federer fans might recognise Stefan. Used to be part of the great man's team. He's getting stuck into the right shoulder there, which is unusual. Must be the 2-handed backhand. He's feeling some pain. He's obviously a left-hander.
We were thinking he was going to be sent to the other side of the court just to get that ankle checked out, so everything okay there. Now, depends on whether this will turn into a proper medical timeout. Looks like this is going to be a proper treatment period. In the moment, period of assessment that happens.
Mr. Humbert is now receiving
so
a medical
Humbert is going to get
timeout.
a medical timeout here. He's a break to the good in the 3rd set. So 3 minutes of treatments. And a little bit of a surprise because we really didn't notice anything particularly wrong with Humbert. Certainly got the break of serve. He's been playing particularly well. Doesn't look hampered at all.
No, I agree with you, but there's obviously some pain.
And pulling the trigger on it now. Done and really push hard from there.
Keep an eye on the 2-handed backhand. That's the shot for me. If there is significant pain in the shoulder of the arm, then it's going to hamper that 2-handed backhand of the lefty. Maybe the serve as well, where he's got to sort of toss with that arm and reach up, keep the right arm up.
Again, it's the interesting thing of he's rolling through. He's got now the momentum in the set, but obviously needing to get it done pretty quickly and try and push this advantage. Not too far away from completing the timeout. Let's have a look at where this may have happened. from the right hand. He throws the ball up. And then just starts to feel it and stretch it out there. Again, doesn't look anything noticeable, and again, didn't really affect ball toss.
I think your point, maybe just something he's feeling he wants to get on top of before it potentially gets any tighter or any worse. I don't think it's going to be a showstopper here, but who knows? Certainly it's a break-up third set. He'll be keeping this going as long as he can. Now this is interesting because we've just seen him get treatment on the right shoulder, and as I say, the main shot that would affect would be his two-handed backhand. Look at the average topspin backhand speed so far. Sets 1, 2, similar. Set 3, well down. It's early days, just 3 games in, but we'll keep an eye on that stat because that could become relevant as we go if Humbert is struggling on the two-hander.
Love 15.
And I think if you feast, well, you're playing your mate, but you're hitting it to his backhand as often as you can.
Yep.
You know, this is a Grand Slam, and you do anything you can to get the win. It looked so uncomfortable, didn't it?
Love 30.
Well, Feasby would have looked over and see what was going on in terms of that treatment. Worked it out pretty quickly what he needs to do.
At 15-30.
That ability to direct traffic, take control. Compact with his swing, redirect the pace. Certainly will help him. Better if you could play that the forehand.
40-30.
Yeah, that'll do.
That will pass the two-handed backhand test as well. There was no issue there. Beautifully timed.
15 love. Fifteen all. Fault. At 15, 13.
Just walking a little slowly and gingerly there. Let's not forget that Fils did show a little bit of pain in the ankle a couple of games ago. He has been pushed all over this John Cain Arena by Humbert as well.
At 15-14.
Physio was walking off court. Fils was close to the entrance. They just had a few words. Wouldn't be surprised if we see another appearance. I hope he's charging overtime tonight.
He's not comfortable there, is he? I would not be surprised to see the physio again. In fact, I'm fairly certain we will. Looks like Stéphane Vivier hovering in the background there, in fact.
Use. Net for service. Net for service.
Well, I want these points to be as short as possible. They can get some treatment. I thought it was rolling the way of Humbert. He's just hanging in. Physio working overtime. This time for Fils. Humbert up 3-2 with a break in the third. Well, this one was a little more clear cut. It was quite obvious that he was hampered.
That's quite common. 2 pairs of socks on and an ankle strapping already.
Going to make the job harder. You're going to get this off first before we start again.
He's got the shark out there. That's a great tool. Getting those ankle tapings off, otherwise it takes forever. Look at that, just cuts right through it.
What else does it cut straight through? I feel like you could do an infomercial right now.
I know you're not big a fan of sharks in this part of the country, but that one's a good one.
I like it. You could use that one at home.
for Artefis. This might have been just running repairs. I think it was. The bandaging just a little bit too tight. So he's taken that bit off. The double sock.
I'm scratching my head, Peter, because he's just taken the taping off his left ankle. Pretty sure it was his right ankle that he tweaked earlier in this set. Here's the moment it happened. Ran across. Yeah, it was the right ankle that he just had a little tweak off there. So it's a separate issue. I think a pre-match taping job that started to bother him. He's just wanted to cut that off. I guess the good news is that that means that little sort of twist has had no lasting effect. It's best of 5 set tennis. These guys putting their bodies on the line.
Net. Love 15.
Up to 6 now for the match for Humbert. And just the one ace.
Love 30.
Entirely unfamiliar territory. Ugo Humbert, who also won a couple of titles last year. Start of the year, Marseille, Dubai.
At 15, 30.
Great view of the crowd in John Cain Arena tonight.
At 30.
Using that wide serve to good effect, as he always does, but particularly this evening.
Out. At 40, 30.
First little frustration from Artefis at the back of the court. Pulling his arms out to his team.
Well, that's the call of serving from that extreme wide position. If the returner latches onto the serve and attacks down the line is feasted there, then you're really exposed. Look at the fizz on the forehand to finish. Plenty of net clearance, and the topspin bringing the ball down into the court even at that speed.
Advantage, Humbert.
I think for Fils, he's probably still learning at 20 years of age just how to manage his energy throughout a best-of-5 set match. You know, he likes to put everything into everything. And that's tough to do, you know, in this sort of long form of the game, if you like. 2 hours 11 on the clock, and it just feels as if he's had a few ebbs and flows in his energy levels already.
They only have 4 opportunities to train for it or to play it these days. I mean, the dynamic of 5-set tennis, because it is now so exclusive to 4 tournaments, They're a tricky transition for players.
And his coach, Sebastian Grosjean, will help him. 4-time Grand Slam semi-finalist. He knows what it is to succeed over best of 5 sets.
Also how you build into a 2-week event like this.
The other thing with regards to the energy levels, of course, is just how much energy Humbert is taking from him with his relentless attacking play. 35 sprints Fils has done. The average for a best of 5 set men's match with the Australian Open is 28 sprints for the entirety. So he's well above the average already, and we're just halfway through the 3rd set.
Backhands working particularly well. Still able to finish off with the redirection for Humbert. Sophie's keeping touch, but it's still Humbert up a break. It's 4-3 in the 3rd.
Humbert, at least 4 games to 3.
I mentioned that Ugo Humbert has used the wide serve effectively tonight, as he always does, but this is interesting. Look at this tactically. Look at the ad side, that 56% of serves out wide to the ad side in the 1st set. Let's look at sets 2 and 3. 89% of serves from Humbert going wide to that ad court, so he really is using it, well, the vast majority of the time, and with good effect. Fils needs to be sitting on that one.
Yeah, he needs to be out wide, doesn't he? Try and force Humbert to go with more tee serves. Look at that, packed Grand Slam oval. Plenty happening, record attendance today. Why not, heading into the weekend, have some fun?
Red time.
So fun out there, fun in here as well.
DJ's used up the banker. Neil Diamond always gets a good response.
They're just rotating through the classics. Does this make an appearance on your Spotify playlist, Colin?
It's on everyone's, I think. It's in there somewhere, even if you won't admit it. So Humbert's break up still in this 3rd set, but hasn't been plain sailing on serve, so don't rule Fils out of it just yet.
Just when you think Humbert is going to just take that motion, run with the momentum, and start to put a bit of a gap, it just turns around. Fils has found a way. He finds a way into one of the Humbert service games. Then things tighten up again. In the theme of the match.
Taps the left ankle. He's looking a little in trouble here physically. Shades of the Tokyo final last year when Fils looked out on his feet. Somehow still won, saved a match point in that 2nd set tiebreak. He'd had an incredible week, Fils. He beat Fritz, Berrettini, Shelton and Rune to make the final. That's a serious run.
Pair of 4-set wins so far in the tournament. Otto Virtanen, and then an all-French encounter again with Quentin Elise. starting to lengthen again.
40-15.
With the average for the match just over 4 shots. And certainly Humbert getting the better of the rallies that go 5 to 8 shots.
Oh.
He made him play the extra ball and it paid off.
Two of the great shot makers on the John Cain Arena this evening.
5-3.
We've had some special moments, and there's another one there from downtown, Ugo Humbert.
So Humbert will be serving for a 2-1 lead next at 5-4 in the third.
Humbert leads 5-4.
Talk about the French players in the men's singles draw. One going out on Kia Aryna, Benjamin Bonzi falling to Yuri Lehechka. Putting together a really nice tournament. That one in straight sets. So obviously we'll have a French winner from this match tonight, joining Corentin Moutet and Gaël Monfils. There's players still in the tournament. Moutet to play Leonard Tien. What a performance that was over Daniel Medvedev. And Monfils to take on Taylor Fritz. It'll be a fascinating encounter.
At time.
So Friday night special, the first Friday of AO25. We've been in this situation before, as we saw in the second set. Humbert serving at 5-4.
15 love.
He's broken pretty comfortably in that 5-4 game in set number 2.
This feels like a big game for Arthur Fils, one that he somehow needs to try and win. He's struggling for me physically, the 20-year-old. Both ankles he seems to have, I mean, look at the way he's walking there. looking to his team. If he's to have any chance, certainly based on the way he's walking, you would think he needs to somehow break here and nick this third set. Team looking pretty concerned, no wonder. Reminder that Humbert had physio on for some treatment on his right shoulder. These guys have taken a few lumps out of each other. It's been incredible intensity and tempo to this one.
Racing to set points.
He cut the tape off that left ankle, but it still seems to be bothering him.
That's an exclamation point. And a stranglehold on this contest for Ugo Humbert. He takes the third set, 6-4.
Well, Arthur Fils immediately pointed for the physio, Stéphane Vivier, to come back on to the court. It's that left foot or ankle that's given him the problem.
End up being retaped here. I think Humbert might be looking to leave the court. I'm not sure whether he can. Can he for an outfit change if he's already done it? Yes. So this is going to help Fils in terms of giving him just a little bit more time, I think, because it's going to be, what, 5 minutes he's got to get off the court and come back.
Yeah, we're going to have a bit of a delay here between sets 3 and 4, and gives us an opportunity to look back on the set 3 summary. Still more unforced errors for Humbert than Fils, but one stat that we don't show is the forced errors. Humbert is forcing a lot of errors out of Fils just with his big hitting, so it might not actually be clean winners, but his sort of real attacking play is doing damage. Certainly a set that Humbert was in control of, and Fils doesn't just need to figure out this left ankle, he needs to figure out tactically how to try and get back on top of this match, try and be the player attacking in more of the points.
Very much on the foot. Well, let's get into the highlights here of set number 3, and one for the walking wounded really is a similar pattern. It was Humbert getting the early break of serve and then just able to continue to trade that throughout. Despite what Fils was able to do, he just wasn't able to make as many inroads on the Humbert serve as we've seen in the previous 2 sets. And still some good highlights for him. But he's being made to work overtime. We mentioned during the call how many sprints, going at full pace to chase down balls. He's well over the average for a 5-set match. And that's by some margin now. And we've still got at least another set to go, maybe 2. So at the moment.
Unbelievable. Put your hands together for these 2 brothers. All right. If Ukic goes through, we should raise some money so you can go and see him on it.
With Ugo Humbert off the court. Maybe a decision about treatment here.
Wow. I think that went pretty well.
He couldn't just slide in here and just say, look, give me a bit more work here if I've got 4 minutes to wait.
No, I think you would have to take a timeout. We're just exploring things at the moment. The shoe, multiple pairs out there in court. Maybe the shoe giving him some discomfort. It's an unusual one.
Wandering into podiatry land here.
Yeah. A lot of players do wear specific insoles.
I can see from here. I'm kidding.
custom fitted to their feet, the way they move.
The thing though is, the players, he doesn't want to be in a situation where he's just constantly thinking about it. There's a situation with the treatment that can put it in place where you don't notice it. And just put it out of your mind, but just get the feeling with both feet and ankles at the moment that it's going to be something he's going to be thinking about.
Well, he has to be able to move at full capacity if he's going to win this match. You know, it's fundamental to his game. It's fundamental to this matchup as well, because Humbert is such an attacking game style.
Also the pressure on his ankles and feet when he slides as well on these hard courts. Meanwhile, Ugo Humbert is still off the court, changing outfits. He did at the end of the previous set as well. So we're just in a stalemate here really with this. It doesn't look like he can do anything more treatment-wise. Is it maybe getting the doctor out on court, getting a bit of pain relief potentially?
It's going to be an interesting first game or two. It's 4th set. Find out a lot about how much discomfort Arthur Fils is in and how competitive he can be.
I think we'll know if Humbert can really latch onto the returns. As we've seen throughout the match, to force Fils to move.
The Tokyo final, reminder, it was incredible. Fils seemingly with a left leg injury, but you know, in the play, he's sort of scurrying around the court and able to sort of hang in the match, eventually win it. So don't rule him out just yet, is what I'm saying. You know, he's played through the pain barrier before.
Oh, totally. But is this an opportunity for Humbert to throw in a little bit more variety, get forward to the net, throw in some drop shots?
I think just he's got to just focus on his game. You know, you could argue that even when Fils was fully fit and healthy, Humbert was slightly on top with his attacking play. So just keep going with your sort of plan A.
So Humbert has returned to court. And he can get back on with things, I think.
Yeah, but because he needs to give me painkillers.
Yeah, so he called the doctor, but he's going to have to get on with it anyway because we need to keep play going. Well, these first couple of games are going to be quite telling. Fils to get us back underway. Sebastian Grosjean on the right, and Sinkus
4th set
in the middle there. Now in the coaching setup, formerly worked with Marin Cilic. Let's see what he can do here. Oh dear, that's not a good sign.
Love 15.
He can hardly put weight on it, it seems, at this moment. What a return, by the way. I think Humbert is almost oblivious. He was off the court. He's certainly just focusing on his own world at the moment.
It's exactly how he started the previous set. With the return winner.
Love 30.
This is now a real problem for Fils.
Love 40.
The crowd trying just to help out here. Not much his team can do. And the double faults. Let's see what happens here. Well, the doctor will come on. The pain relief might take a little while to kick in, though.
Yeah, that's it. It's
First game, fourth set.
10, 15, 20 minutes, isn't it? By that time, it might be too late.
Well, this just needs to be a very quick delivery, because this is not a sit down.
Yeah, and I appreciate the John Cain Arena is an extremity of the grounds, but you know, Humbert was off the court for 5-6 minutes between sets. You'd think painkillers would have been administered then, but anyway.
And he's going to keep trying. We'll put the clock on to see when these kick in. If you're Humbert, you're doing exactly what you've done to get you to this stage.
Play as if the guy's 100% fit and healthy. You know, the sympathy is for after the match.
With that shot, it's when he's pulled really wide. As we've seen, Humbert spreading the court so beautifully tonight when he's controlling things right on the baseline. It's that run out there. Try and make that in range is going to be problematic. And Humbert nailing it more often than not.
It looked as if he's telling him to stop playing there. His coach, Sébastien Grosjean. That's certainly the way I would interpret those hand signals. Of course, you've got to think of any
40-15
situation like this. Are you making it worse? Are you know, turning a short layoff into a long one potentially? Certainly looks as if Grosjean wants him to stop playing.
I've certainly seen that. The quandary, because you never want to stop really. Let's see what happens after this point, after this game.
Wait, please. Wait, please. Get the ball, please.
Take the luck, but he's walking towards the net, and I think this is it. This is it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Humbert hasn't seen it.
Injury.
Now he has. This is disappointing, but not much that Arthur Fils can do.
4-6, 7-5, 6-4. 1-0 retirement.
These two are good friends. It's disappointment for Arthur Fils, but Ugo Humbert through to the round of 16 at the Australian Open for the first time. Not the way he wanted to do it, but a big moment for him nevertheless.
No, it's a real shame. A thoroughly entertaining contest. Some incredible shot making, athleticism. These two French were pushing each other to the limits. But well, it's so unfortunate for Fils, a 20-year-old, to have the injury, not be able to continue. But also for Humbert, it's not the way he would like to win. Kind of takes the shine off it in many ways. But well, we just certainly wish Arthur Fils the best. Hope it's nothing too serious. Hope the recovery is quick. And of course, congratulations to Humbert as he moves on to round 4.
Well, as you mentioned, Colin, I mean, these two are friends. We talk about the difficulty sometimes of playing friends and put that aside, but obviously, once they walked in, the chat at the nets was quite heartfelt. So, you know, Humbert will take the win, but obviously he'd be feeling a bit for his mates as well. As Arthur Fils leaves, and you see the disappointment on his face. He played so well to get to this stage, but 20 years of age, he's got plenty more Australian Opens in him. As you say, Colin, we hope this is just a minor setback for the year, considering right at the start of the year, the tour moves fast out of here.
It's never the way you'd want to win any match, but you know, especially against a friend. Remember that Humbert had a bit of treatment on that right shoulder. He'll be, I guess, when the dust settles, happy in a way that he's come through 2 hours 37 minutes, and who knows, could have gone on to be a tough 4th set, maybe even a 5th. So he'll be slightly fresher and healthier for the significant test of the 2nd seed Alexander Zverev in round 4.
So he walks to the middle of the courts. Let's see what he has to say. He is on court now with Adrian Franklin.
Well, Ugo, clearly not the way you would like to go through. Congratulations, of course. What was said between the two of you at the end there? Is he okay?
Yeah, for sure. It's not the way I wanted to win, but we were playing a really great match. And I think it was his uncle, so at the end he couldn't move, so he decided to stop.
You are through to the 4th round of the Australian Open, though, for the very first time. Congratulations for that. You equal your career best at a Grand Slam as well. It's something to put a smile on your face. What does that mean to you?
A lot. Yeah, I'm so proud of this 2nd week for the first time. I love to play in Australia. I have so good memories, even if I have some bad loss. But yeah, I'm super happy to be in the 2nd week. Yeah.
Before we talk about the next round, tell us about this match. You lost the 1st set. It seemed very physical out there. What were you trying to do after that 1st set to get back into the match?
Yeah, it was not easy. He was playing great. He was moving unbelievable. It was not easy to make the difference. When I went to the net, he was always doing some passing shots, so not easy, but I tried to stay calm until the end. And yeah, I'm super proud, even if yeah, it's not the way I wanted to win.
2 more questions. Do you enjoy playing someone from your country? Is that hard, or do you enjoy it? Because your level was very high tonight.
Against Arthur is not easy because we are a good friend. We are playing Davis Cup together. We played the Olympics as well. So yeah, it's not easy to play against him. We had some good battles. I lost against him in Tokyo. The final was totally crazy. So it's nice for the French tennis to have a lot of great players, and yeah, I'm happy to take the win. Yeah.
Do you look at the draw? Do you know who you're playing next?
Yeah, I know. I play Zverev now.
Alexander Zverev. So you got a reasonable record against him. What will you need to bring to the court to compete against Zverev?
Our last match was not the best. I took 2-2 in 1 hour in front of my fans. But I will try to do better this time. I think he played a really nice levee. He didn't lost 1 set. So it will be not easy, but I'm ready for this new challenge.
We love having you here. We love seeing you compete. Ugo Humbert through to the 4th round.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ugo. Difficult situation there, but he can be really pleased with his evening's work, the level that he brought to the table.
Yeah, he's playing well. He really is. He's such a dangerous player. These sort of faster, livelier hard-court conditions really suit him. The left-handedness. We heard the reasonable record against Alexander Zverev. He won their first meeting in 2021, but lost 7-6 in the third set at Paris-Bercy 2023, and then was humbled by the German last year, as he said, in the final 6-2, 6-2. So he'll hope for a reverse of that score on a more competitive match, but that's the story, really. Sebastian Grosjean signalling for Arthur Fils to stop. The ankle, the foot injury, unfortunately getting the better of him. And Humbert advancing to round 4 as a result.
I hope it's just a temporary setback. I mean, he'd be feeling so disappointed because he was well up for the match. He won that first set, but just couldn't continue it on. Let's have a look at the numbers, Colin.
Yeah, it was a high-quality match. It really was. First serve points won for Humbert. A little high. He was using that slice serve a lot. 19 winners, 36 unforced errors. I think is unfair. I think Humbert, you know, I'm not arguing with the stats, but I think it was the movement of Fils. So many balls coming back. Therefore, you know, the unforced errors may be higher than they might have been against another opponent, and the winners could have been a lot higher. So I think he's playing good tennis. I think he's a dangerous player, and I think he'll throw absolutely everything he's got at Alexander Zverev in round 4.
I see that right at the bottom of screen there. What a stack draw this is. Novak Djokovic getting a win on Rod Laver Arena about the same time. He takes on Yuri Lehechka. Draper and Vukic on court now, and it looks like Draper is up in that one. He took the first set, and then Davidovich, Fokina and Tommy Paul, and then Humbert and Zverev.
Could almost be the quarterfinals, couldn't it, that section? It's stacked, as you say.
Absolutely. Well, not the way that Ugo Humbert wanted to move through to the round of 16, but he's there for the first time in his career. He's had a good win over Arthur Fils, 4-6, 7-5, 6-4, 1 love. Unfortunately, Fils having to retire. Humbert is through.
C'est incroyable, Mac.